Hi there, folks. Welcome to session 9 of Welcome to the Academy. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. I keep going to say the other one, and we have to realise we're not doing that anymore. With me today, we've got my lovely cast. We have got Charlie 182.0. We've got Gina Donahue. We have got Just Dan. And we have got, it's been so, my eyeball, ow, 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 ow. And we have got Changeling Rogue. I always have to double check myself yours because I keep going to say for some reason I keep going to say Changeling Ren and then going, no, it's not.
No, I have debated
apologize.
Changing it to that at some point eventually.
I think that's what it is. I think you've said to me before you've thought about making it Changeling Ren, and now that's like embedded into my skull for some reason. But yes, we have the lovely Changeling Rogue here as well. Our absolutely adorable I Choose No is not here today because they're not feeling well. Ems, we hope you feel better for next session. It's so unfortunate. They're always like feeling unwell when it comes to game time, and it's so sad. It really fucking is.
It's like how my mom gets sick every time she goes on vacation. Ems gets sick every time we have to have a game. It's just the worst timing in the world.
Absolutely. But I mean, it's that time of year. Every single session, I've got people going, I'm ill, I'm ill, I'm ill, I'm ill. And I am also like at the point of like, I'm ill, I'm ill. But yes, it has been a little bit since we've played, so I will completely forgive everybody if nobody has an answer to this. The next question I ask. But after my quick little housekeeping, I'm going to be at PAX U. In a matter of days, I will be at PAX U. I'll be kicking about. I'll be running games with Gehenna Gaming. I will be watching a panel of zoologists talk about zoology in D&D because I have to tell them about that time I made something that could both swallow a Tarrasque whole and pick one up. But yeah, if you see me around, come say hi. I'm a fairly chill person. I will definitely high-five you. I will offer hugs because I'm a huggy person. Also, people seem to get surprised by this a lot, so I need to make everybody aware. I'm 5'7", not that tall. Okay? I'm very wide. I'm built like a brick shithouse. But I am not that tall. But yeah, that is my housekeeping done. So I'm going to move on to my party to really test their memory here.
I don't need it.
I just I am the note taker of this campaign. Okay, well, Gina, you've just stuck yourself in. So, Gina, what the fuck happened last session?
Avrin would like to assist me if they also have notes.
Gina's like, where you got plot holes, I'll fill it in. Let's go.
I can just speed run through my most authentic note taking. Dia made gift baskets for everybody. They even made a gift basket for our new professor, Professor Braxilia, for our combat magic class, which we engaged in, which was a class where we all entered into an arena with a gold pile in the center and a bunch of, which all turned into giant gold coin golems that totally body slammed all of us. One thing led to another. We all managed to survive, and we all got awards for being just the absolute best. As we won prizes and stuff. And then me, Rista, and Eldwin went to see the nurse, who was Dr. Manor, who was very reminiscent of some doctor. and Eldwin checked in on to see if there were any students that were attacked by werewolves. I think there was one kid that was brought in the previous night, but it wasn't like clear if it was a werewolf that attacked him. But they left the nurse, and then we all went to our new class with a dragon professor, who teaches elemental magic. I want to say, I took very fast notes.
Yes, Evocation and Elemental magic, and there are no chairs or desks in that classroom.
Disappointed! Sorry, I like sitting.
Yeah,
there was also a humanoid
Go ahead.
The dragon, I do believe, was a golden dragon.
It was a gold
And
dragon, yes.
could also take for some reason, humanoid elf with dragon aspects still present on them. They transformed into a humanoid to teach, as opposed to remaining a dragon. For this
Yeah.
class.
A mortal form humanoid with golden horns.
Yeah, so a fairly a kind of elf-like looking, not like an elf, but elfish features of a humanoid. But they did have curling horns from the crown of their their forehead, and they had like a spattering of golden scales kind of around, like, you know, that TikTok area where people are dragons, so they have it around here.
Yeah.
The domino is what I call it. So around their domino zone, they had like a spattering of very, very lightly visible golden scales.
And that's that.
Yeah, that's very well done, guys. That is it. That is
nice.
Pretty much everything that got hit. So, with that being the case, picking up from where we left off, which was the introduction of this teacher, he introduced himself as Professor Korostradza. Korostradza, as I said, as has been pointed out, did arrive here as a full-grown adult golden dragon, gargantuan in size, landing in this open-air classroom. As he lands and shifts down, and he introduces himself, and he's got a very gruff, but not quite as low as you would expect type of tone. And when he speaks, it's less like reverberation through the air, and that way people describe dragons as like you more feel their voice rather than hear them. He's got quite a delicate touch to his voice as he speaks. And for the sake of reminder, I will do the introduction again. He lands, he manifests into this humanoid form, and he says, "Welcome, class. My name is Professor Korostradza, and I will be your instructor today in elemental magics in the School of Evocation." He gestures around the room. "Hello, Charlie. Lovely to see your face." He gestures around the room and he says, "As you will notice, there are no seats, no tables, no apparatus for writing of any kind here in this classroom. It is because I believe that in your introduction to elemental magics and how they correspond amongst one another, it is best to..." And he kind of grins a little bit, and there's almost that kind of like draconic aspect comes out a little bit when he says, "Sink your teeth into the subject matter. Many of my fellow professors believe in arranging groups, or, as some of you like to view them, teams. I believe the best comes out when people choose their own workmen. So we will designate groups of 4. No, groups of 5 will be ideal for this. Groups of 5, everybody choose carefully, because you may have to rely intently upon the people who you choose. Once you've chosen, we will move on to the next step. I hope that you all can manage this simple process. Now, I will put it to the party. You don't have to party up together. You can choose from the myriad of students around you.
List of the other students here. So I think he's just going to start gathering the party.
Our party?
Our party, yeah.
Okay.
The thing that we will do as well is, because I don't like I have a major issue with piloting some of these characters. We will say that before you guys grab Dia gets snatched by another party. Okay, they'll still get the same rewards and everything for their class participation, but you guys can fill in your 5th spot with an NPC if you wish. That is completely up to you.
I mean, we did so well together last class. I think we should just stick together for this one. That means you two can't fight. You have to be pretending to get along for the next however many minutes.
You have to be friends.
Kelly, do you think they're even capable of that?
Yes.
You have 45 minutes of my time.
45 minutes. Wow, I did not realize you were capable of reining yourself in for that long. I'm impressed.
I am. Actually, I had to rein myself in earlier to attempt to read these, and he's going to reach into his bag and pull out the notes that Constantine gave him earlier and say, "What the fuck is your stupid chicken writing hand script? What is this? Is this supposed to be legible? Is this supposed to be something I can read? Are you sure you shouldn't be a doctor?"
Excuse me. I have practiced my calligraphy since I was 5 to ensure that the tomes that I will definitely write later in life can be read by all. I'm sorry, I must not have wrote that in pictograms. I forgot you must not be familiar with an actual written language.
Please, God, draw more pictures. I'm a visual learner. And Elvin is gonna hand the notes back to Constantine.
I love how that was a double insult in one there, and I don't think you realise it. It's like, I'm sorry I didn't include more pictograms. I'll do it in future, but my calligraphy's been scoped for this. Draw more pictures, okay? Because your calligraphy is not up to snuff.
Your calligraphy
Fucking
is
great.
trash.
I will write some children's books on elementary magic next time. I think you might need some help.
Thank you, because I actually really struggle with to find control over the magic. Like, I can definitely do big bursts of magic, but controlling what kind... You don't care. Anyway.
Honestly, I've always had issues with expanding to a larger scale. It's the minute control that seems relatively simple to me, but bringing that to a larger level has always been hard.
No, it's the entire opposite for me, which doesn't really make much sense. I mean, I guess... I understand as a sorcerer, my power is supposed to be big and not necessarily controlled, and as a wizard, you're supposed to have more fine.
But are we working with the same weave?
I mean, in theory, but we work with it entirely different ways, coming from different practical roots. Why am I talking to you? What is gonna turn and walk away?
Who do you think our last and final member of this group should be?
I'm gonna just start looking around, see if I can find someone who's just looking around for a group.
Where's
Fantastic.
Elika?
There are many different people here within this classroom. So you have Ambrosia.
And our boy.
Ambrosia, Malekith, Tova, I can't read that note, Elika, and
I don't think Malekith's gonna want to join a group with me.
Is Randu in here? I need some of that energy.
You know
Rand.
what?
So the full list of people that are here are Ambrosia. You have Brinovan, who is the large furbolg. It seems very Dredic in origin. You have Cedric, who is the blue tiefling, who's very about swords. You've also got sorry to tell you this, Rista, but you've also got Felicity here. As well as Elika, Ilarin, Lucian, Malekith. Who else is on the script here for this today? Scrolling down. Here we go. Randuin is here, as is Rowan, as well as Sarah and Tova.
I vote Randuin.
I vote Randuin.
I also vote Randuin.
I mean, I'm not saying no to Randuin.
So 3 votes for Randuin is what I'm hearing here. Okay,
He's
awesome.
a fun guy.
He is fun guy, but not fun guy.
I should give
okay.
him some fun guy.
Oh right, Randuin is your roommate.
Yeah.
And they were roommates. Okay,
God.
so you guys are going to choose Randuin to be your 5th.
Yeah, I'll kind of wave him over.
He's kind of like, standing just with like his hands in his pockets, and as he sees you, he just kind of gives the kind of, the chin raise of acknowledgement, and starts making his way over. His deep red tiefling skin is kind of, it's made to look darker almost in this light as he kind of walks over, and he's flicking his tail backwards and forwards, and he's got a knife held in his tail, because that's just kind of a thing that he does as he plays with a knife in his tail.
That definitely fits his vibe.
Yeah.
And he comes over and he'll perch up next to you, Ren,
Yeah.
because you're the one he knows kind of best, and he's like, "So I take it I'll be your number 5 for today."
Absolutely. Just be aware those 2 points at Edmund and Constantine are being made to get along. The only thing they're missing is a hand knit scarf from Dia. That's their get along, not scarf, sweater. That's a get along sweater.
I will not be sharing any clothing with that man. I'm sorry.
That would be incinerated within moments.
You wouldn't do that to Dia.
Boys, you really need to
Neither
try
of you
harder.
would.
You really need to
I'm
try
quite
harder
sure.
not. Boys, you need to try harder not to sell the secret desire you long for each other. Seriously.
I'm not going to grace that with an answer.
Oh, I wish you would.
My get along time just went down to 30 minutes.
Ooh, that might be pushing it. 25?
23?
Yeah, Constantine, I'm sure you would want to fail this assignment.
Fair point. I will tolerate you for as long as it takes to get high grade in this class.
Well, that's his incentive. That's mine.
Randon is going to turn and look at you, Eldon, and be like, "Are you really going to let him have the higher ground in this argument? Are you going to let him be the bigger man? Seriously? I mean, that's awfully good of him to, put aside the animosity for the sake of the group."
Oh, it's... Yeah, for the group.
I will allow
Elwood-
Charlie. I'll allow Charlie to decide this one. Do I need to have Randon roll persuasion? I will be at your whim. You shall be the DM for 0.5 of a minute.
Elwyn turns and glares at Randuin and says, no. I know what you're trying to do.
I am not trying to do anything. I am offended by your accusations.
No. I'm gonna do it anyway, because you're right, but no.
May the gods smile disfortune upon my mother if I am daring to ever try and manipulate anybody. Knowing full well that his mother's probably the reason he's so good at manipulating people.
on my alive mother's grave.
She's got a couple. She's faked her death many times.
I swear.
She actually works
on,
pretty closely with death.
I swear on my father's name. What's your father's name? It depends which one you're talking about. He's got lots of identities. Okay.
I pull Achille over real quick, and I'm like, did you notice how they were actually getting along for just a second, and they didn't even realize it?
Absolutely. My master plan is to have them be friends by the end of the year.
I don't. Oh, that's a tall order. I feel like
They're
we're just
gonna
gonna.
be besties by the time we're out.
I feel like the strategy is to just trick them into doing it. We just need to get them on a topic that they won't fight over, and it seems like magic is that. Did you see
Well, good thing we're at magic school.
They were bonding. They were bonding for a second.
Are we
Yeah, they need their
supposed to be
bonding time.
respecting the sidebar right now? Acting as though we're deaf?
I'm assuming that you guys were having this side with Randuin, and I just pulled it over. Okay, yeah, we had a kill.
Sure.
Oh, this is gonna be entertaining.
Okay, so as you've all chosen, Professor Correstrazzo will gesture with a wave of his hand to the center of the room, and what rises is a circular frame. There's a crackle of magic in the center of it, and then a portal manifests. And he says, each and every one of your teams will step through the portal and face the puzzles, the conundrums. For lack of a better way of saying it, let's go to the stereotype and say the dungeon that lies ahead.
Wow, a dungeon and a dragon. This sounds strangely familiar.
From where?
I think I read a book about that once.
It
I
sounds
think
an
we had
awful lot
one
like
board
something my
game.
dad used to play, but that's called like mazes and minotaurs.
Say no, my mom's played something similar, but it was called like bureaucrats and something. I don't remember. Maybe
Ooh.
briefcases.
Ooh, we used to play one. It was called Shoots and Ladders.
I think there was like a card game or something called like The Call of or like something the Masquerade. I don't know.
I don't know.
I heard a tale about this crazy little psychopathic girl who started, like, kidnapping people and started playing something called Bunkers and Badasses. But I have no other knowledge of anything else.
Was that some girl named Tina? Like a little.
I think so.
Tina?
Something about that. Something about it. Yeah. It's actually really funny because I've got Dungeons and Dogs and I've got Cats and Catacombs up there. Like,
That's funny.
I have Perils and Princesses back there.
Oh my god.
there's so many of them.
It's endless.
He will then say, remember all of your team's capabilities and shortcomings. Assist where others may fall, and you should be fine. Know that there will not be any death in my class today. I expressly forbid it. Should you perish, it will be an immediate F for the year. Evocation is the practice of elemental magics. As you are all probably aware, each element has its positives and its negatives, its pros, its cons, its strengths and its weaknesses. Find these, discover these, and you should be fine. Or don't, and you will fail. I will give you a brief moment for preparation, and you will each then step through and begin your dungeon.
Right.
Wow. Getting an F, that's, I've never been so motivated not to die before. That sounds terrifying.
That is, you good?
Well, no, think about it. Usually if you die in a class, you just get incomplete. It wouldn't affect your GPA. But an F upon death? Not to mention I've only been here for one semester, so I haven't had a chance to build up a good repertoire.
You've been here for a couple, like 2 days.
Exactly. An F at this point would be devastating. I don't know if I could continue. We really shouldn't die this time. Okay?
What can everyone do?
Well, as evident from our last class, not much in the way of combat.
If I say magic, will that be too broad?
Okay, wizards, got it.
Right. I can move objects with my mind to a certain extent, depending on their weight. My specialties are really in conjuration and enchantment. I can ensnare other people's minds, bewitch certain things, make certain things materialize, but I'm still lacking certain
I can
control.
teach you to bewitch the
Manipulate,
mind
mansplain.
and ensnare the senses. Can you also teach us how to bottle fame, brew glory, and put a stopper on death?
Nope.
Damn! That was what I was really interested in. Fuck. Okay, cool.
Sorry.
Ah, well.
There
That's
is
what
an
it is.
alchemy teacher.
There really is. Yeah, we should probably get onto that.
Yeah. Her name's like
Yeah.
Professor, that one.
Let me add that as a teacher. Professor,
That one. First name, second name, that one.
that one.
You know, Professor What's-Their-Face?
anybody actually remember? 'Cause
Professor
that's-
who's the name?
It's actually the only name I don't have.
I can give you if you need it.
I probably remember.
Yeah, if someone can send it. Anyway, I don't want to hold this up.
Oh, the alchemy teacher?
Yeah, she
I
was
don't have that down.
so fierce.
Yes,
Professor-
I have it. I have it.
Professor Zistella.
Zastella.
Xistella.
See, this is what's happening again. I thought it was Hystera.
That'll just be my accent.
yeah.
Xistella.
Oh, and then did our dragon teacher introduce himself by name?
Yes, Professor Korstradza.
That's right.
I'll type it out for you.
Thank you.
I'll type that name out for you at the break. Don't worry.
All right. Anyway, that's what I can do. I assume your powers are nature related.
Yeah, and basically, yeah. That's what I've got.
That's quite cool. It's very unique. And practical, actually. You're never really separate from nature.
Yeah, well, that's how it is.
So what about you, Randuin?
Well, when it comes to magic, I'm fairly limited in what I can do magic-wise. I am very good with, stabbing things. I do have some capabilities of magic. It mostly comes from the fact that I made a pact with my mum.
So you're like a Nepo baby?
You made a pact with your mother. What is she?
My mother is 7th in line for the throne of the Nine Hells.
I thought making a pact with one's own offspring was against the way of devils.
Yeah, that's where my father comes into place. He's a king of pirates and loopholes.
Good lord, it's almost as if your story could stand on its own and references something much bigger than a simple NPC's backstory.
I have no idea what that means.
Guys,
But
we
if
really
you
gotta cut it out with the meta stuff.
if you like this NPC enough, you can always try and play out their NPC backline, and you can find out more. There's a reason there's so many cameos. It also made my job a lot easier rather than having to make 100 unique people.
Yeah.
Sass aside, the usual wizard shtick, along with the ability to transmute certain spells that are typically limited to one element into another. Might be helpful.
That could be very, very helpful, actually. Like, really helpful. Based on what I know about evocation. I don't know a massive amount about it. I can do fire. I'm really good at fire. If
That's evocation.
helps. Oh,
Usually.
okay, good.
Yeah.
Whew.
Sometimes it's considered conjuration, but usually you're safe to say evocation when it comes to flames. Right,
Awesome.
everybody through the strange portal?
Sounds wonderful. I love strange portals.
Great. I'll go
it's my
first.
favorite thing.
Are we walking in right now, Bran?
It's up to you guys. You guys can choose to go through. Some teams have already went through.
Yeah, let's go through. Let's
do
go.
it.
Yeah, Eldwin will head there.
Okay, everyone hold hands. Let's walk through together.
Absolutely not.
I refuse to touch you.
Stand between both of you. It's okay. You don't have to get cooties.
You'll feel like a
Ew.
mage hand grab yours.
Whoever's standing next to Randon, he will take one person's hand and he will take the other person's hand with his tail.
Yeah, we walk on through.
Okay. You step on through. And the first thing that you see as you step through is a long room. It's a cave. A cavernous expanse going maybe a total of 90 feet long. You've got about 20 feet in height. And it is 25 feet wide. You've got about 20 feet before you hit an expanse of flat ground. Then you have, on this flat ground, tiles. These tiles are a myriad of colours. The colours are red, blue, white, green, and black. They each have a different symbol on them. At the very end of this room, on the far side of this expanse of tiled ground, there is a door.
Interesting color choice for the tiles, don't you think? Especially from a golden dragon, using the 5 colors of the chromatic dragons.
I would assume we have to use some kind of spell revolving around those elements.
Is there like loose gravel on the ground?
No.
Or any kind of...
Nope.
Eldwin's going to launch a mage hand at like the closest red tile.
Okay. As the mage hand rests on the red tile glows, and then a pillar of flame fires up into the sky.
That was the red tile?
Right. I have a theory, Constantine. 5 chromatic colors, 5 different elements. If red's fire, it stands to reason that will also deal with ice, poison, lightning, and acid, maybe?
Let's
Something
see.
along those lines?
Has to
Red,
get really similar though.
red would be fire. Blue would be probably. And there isn't typically. Guess
I feel that blue would be lightning, wouldn't it?
blue would be lightning. Yeah. Fire, lightning. What other colors were there, Brandon?
White, green,
There's-
black.
Yep. Yeah. Eldon was very correct when he said that it was the colours of the chromatic dragons.
Okay. Perhaps we either cast a spell with the matching element or its opposite.
When dealing with 5 types, each one doesn't have a direct opposite, unfortunately.
Perhaps we could try a fire spell on the red tile and see what happens.
Eldwin will summon up this blue burning firebolt and launch it to one of the red tiles.
Okay. You summon a firebolt. You hit the tile. Nothing happens.
That was worth an attempt.
What if we... you were just talking about opposites, but they don't really have opposites.
Some of them could. I mean, fire and ice, that's fairly opposite.
Why don't you try shooting at the fire symbol? Or the ice symbol?
Let's assume white's ice then. He'll summon up another firebolt and launch that down to the white tiles.
As it hits the white tile, they glow, and the glow is almost like a very, very pale blue. That kind of like really frosty, bluish tinged white, and then suddenly icicles just launch up from underneath.
It technically has the same effect as using Mage Hand on it, so I don't know if that's really...
Ren, do the symbols on these tiles, are they like very generic, like it looks like a flame for fire or something, or does it look like runes?
They look like images. They don't look like draconic runes, alphabetized or anything. They look like images.
Okay. And just like images to represent the element of each tile?
That could be what it is. If you look at the images, if you make an investigation check, you can see the image is a bit clearer.
I would like to do that.
Guidance on you.
That's only a 10 for me. On investigation.
I mean, you're looking at pictures, it's not necessarily the hardest thing in the world, so that 10's absolutely fine.
Okay.
The red tiles have a symbol of a flame. The green tiles have a symbol of what appears to be some kind of cloud. With a cloud, but it's shaped almost like a skull. The blue has a symbol of like a cloud with lightning coming from it. The white ones have a symbol that looks akin to a snowflake, and the black tiles have a symbol that looks like a drop. With again, what's the word I'm looking for? With a skull inside of it.
Perhaps we have to activate them all at once. There are 5 of us and 5 elements. We're in groups of 5.
There's an idea.
So we all have to step on a tile?
Ooh, that would probably be inadvisable given that they are exploding.
No, I think Constantine's onto something, though. There are 5 of us, there are 5 elements, and between the 5 of us, we could potentially be able to cover the full spectrum.
So we should all put our hands on the tile simultaneously?
Most likely we would have to invoke that type of magic all at the same time. So one person uses fire, which had no response on the fire tile, correct? But did on the ice tile.
It had no... Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Perhaps we can try that. Who's able to... Fire seems to be quite an easy one to conjure. What other types can we do without too much?
I can conjure Shocking Grasp, which is lightning, and I'm also resistant to lightning damage.
Okay.
So I will take the blue.
So we have...
I can do acid.
Okay. So we have acid.
I know Randuin can do fire, so I'll take ice.
All right. And that would leave...
Poison,
Necrotic.
if you can do
Poison.
Poison.
it. Is that in your wheelhouse?
You don't know that might not be. That's odd.
Well, then Randon will turn around and say, if you don't have any from the poison, I can do poison.
Brand, question.
Yes.
Is there? I'm just curious. Am I missing something when it comes to like spell secrets for the lore mastery wizard? The options I'm given is acid, cold, fire, force, lightning, necrotic, radiant, or thunder.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a particular reason why poison wouldn't be included in that?
No, that's very strange because this could be why Order the Scribes got the pop in rather than this one. I'll allow you to add poison into that because
Okay.
what it should be, or what the way I read it initially was that it was any damage type that's in a damage type that's already featured in your spellbook. So as long as you've got the damage type represented somewhere in your spellbook, I'll let it go in there.
Okay. Well then, yeah, I can recast magic missile as poison then.
Okay.
So, does it look like there's a pathway, like, of these tiles? Like, are these big tiles or small tiles?
These are like 5 foot by 5 foot tiles. Okay.
And are those-
This is why I described it as being 25 foot across because there was no way to skirt the edges. You have to step on the tiles.
And so it's 5 tiles across. Like,
No,
we have to get
10
through.
10 tiles forward,
10 tiles across, 5 wide.
5 wide.
Got
But
it.
they don't just go red, green, blue, white, black, red, green, blue. No, they're mixed up.
Okay,
Wait,
thank you for the clarification.
Aldwin, you hit the red tile with fire, correct?
I did.
Can you try putting a mage hand on that again?
Oh.
Right? So to the same one that Eldwin just cast Firebolt on, he will throw his mage hand down onto to press against.
Presses down on it. It lights up and then a pillar of flame shoots up from it.
Okay, so that didn't deactivate it.
So
Starting
there
to
needs to be its own element on the tile the entire time if we're to pass across it.
It's at this point, because you're getting close to it, I will allow. I have got rules set up for this already. I'll allow for you guys to now at this point make a choice of ability checks. You don't have to make the same ones, you can all make different. The choice would either be Arcana, Investigation, or Nature checks. Your choice.
I'll do Arcana.
Do a nature check and
Nature
guide
check.
myself.
For my Arcana check, I got a 21.
21 in Arcana. Constantine, your Arcana?
Dirty 20.
Okay, dirty 20. Eldwin, what one are you doing?
Eldwin's gonna go for investigation. I only have a +1. No, I have a +2. Okay, that's gonna be 16.
16 investigation. And yourself for the nature check?
18.
18. Okay, so on the investigation check, Eldwin, as you guys are looking around and you're finding out how these tiles work, but not quite figuring out the next step on it. As you're looking around, there is a table over by the wall. On this table, there appears to be 5 like dinner plate sized objects, fairly flat, quite wide, in varying colours. The colours seem to match the tiles.
Very casually gonna slip over to that while
Okay.
you give everyone else their rolls.
For the Arcana checks, as with what happened there, when Eldrin cast his mage hand on it, the tile lit up, and then flames burst upwards. Okay, the moment the flames stopped, the glow from the tile receded, usually determining some kind of activation. There's still like a remnant glow there. As you see that, you'll notice there's a remnant glow with all of the tiles, as if there's some kind of constant magic there.
What happened when he shot the fire at the red tile?
Nothing.
Nothing. There was no magic that receded from it.
Well, you didn't see at that point, but you can try that again and using your same Arcana check now with that, looking at that, you can see if there is a different effect here.
I'll shoot a firebolt at it, see what happens.
You fire a firebolt, it hits the red tile, and the pillar of flame does not shoot up, but the remnant glow of constant magic disappears.
Someone throw something on that real fast.
I throw a pen onto the tile.
You take a pen out, you throw it on there, and it lands on the tile, and nothing happens. It sits there.
I'm gonna time it and see how long it takes before the flames burn it, if at all.
It is after 12 seconds from the point that the firebolt hit it that glow comes back, and the pen just gets incinerated by a pillar of flame.
12 seconds.
So we're on a timer.
We basically need a path, 10 tiles long.
And when
Yes.
it comes to the nature check that was made there, let me just pull up the notes for that nature check. Bear with me a moment. Will I get to it? Where are you? I've went down to the wrong puzzle. Here we go. Each of these is a naturally occurring phenomena within nature. There's none of these are things that happen from like intervention. So perhaps that this suggests that within the natural aspect of these elements, there is a natural way to get across them other than relying on magic. That is your first hints on this puzzle.
So, 5 plate, like dinner-sized plate objects, you said.
As you did say, you went over to them, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
As you go over to them, they have quite a rough exterior, and they're almost like shield-shaped, like this. It's fairly easy to determine as you look at them that they are scales. And they're in the same colours: red, green, blue, white, and black.
I don't want to touch them. Eldwin's gonna mage hand red one up, carry it over, and set it against a redstone.
As you put this on the redstone, that hum of magic that is constantly there, that Rista and Constantine are looking at, dissipates away.
Got it. Everybody, grab a scale.
I'm gonna wait 12 seconds and see if it turns back on or if it just stays off.
Doesn't turn back on as long as the scale is touching it.
Okay. I'll grab the black scale for poison. Yeah.
I'll take the blue
Acid.
scale.
Acid.
I said I'll take the black one and you'll take the green one.
Right. Yeah.
So then that leaves the blue one that Randuin's to pick up.
No, I got the blue one.
So he's
White
getting the
one
white
for
one.
Randuin.
White.
Yeah. I guess
Okay.
I took the red one already. Right. We're gonna have to find a way to forge a path, one dragon tile at a time.
What if we use the scales? So, just to make sure I'm seeing this correctly, 5 tiles wide, 10 tiles long. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So, in the center, what is the started? Like, which one is in the middle?
If you're going on the center path, so it changes up. The order of them changes
Right,
every
right.
line. If we were to go take it from the 5 different tiles going along, if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, standing at the center, it goes blue, red, white, black, red, black, black, blue, green, red. That's up the center.
Is
They're
there?
and they're 5 by 5 feet.
5 along,
5 by 5.
10
Yeah.
forward.
No,
The
like
tiles
how
are 5
wide?
by 5. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're 5 foot by 5 foot. Enough that one person can stand on it very comfortably with room to move should action need it.
Could 2 people stand on it uncomfortably?
Yeah, how many people could stand on one tile?
2 people could stand on one tile, but it does mean moving would be more difficult as you can't move through each other's space.
Okay.
Sure.
Are any of the do any of the columns only have each color twice? Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Some of the colours are repeated quite often. So like in the first column, green is present there 3 times, while black is present only once. However, if you go to column number 3, white is represented 3 times, black is represented twice, with green only having 1 representation there. It seems to be fairly random in order to make it a bit more difficult rather than just going, I'm just going to hop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 across. So
Can you give us? You said in the first column there's green 3 times. Yeah. Can you give us the
Yes.
full sequence? Column 1.
I certainly can. So going forward, as you look at it, it goes red, white, blue, green, blue, red, green, white, black, green.
Does it really matter what path we pick?
If we take the first one, I can cast Magic Missile on the 3 poison tiles all at the same time, giving us 12 seconds. If we lay out the tiles, we can run down that one and use our magic for the additional tiles.
Yeah, that's something else I also want to address. Magic Missile is a spell, not a cantrip. So when we want to pick a path where we would have to cast spells fewer times than we would have to cast cantrips, if that makes sense. So we're not wasting spell slots.
I can only cast poison through a spell because I don't seem to be able to adjust the type of magic on a cantrip. It seems like I need a little bit more power to create that.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you can only cast Magic Missile a select number of times, wouldn't we want to choose a path that has fewer green tiles?
So
That makes
because
sense.
Magic Missile has 4 missiles, I can hit each tile with a different missile.
Okay, so you'd have to cast it no
3.
matter what.
I could hit 3 with 1 missile. Brain, can you just... I'm so sorry, because my brain is not ready.
Don't worry,
to
it's a problem solving one, don't worry, take your time.
Can you send us the sequence of column 1?
I can send you the full sequence.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Of course I can. That's absolutely fine. Here is the full sequence.
I can pretty
Actually,
much
do you know what? I'm going to take a flash picture of this because it's quite difficult to differentiate the blue and the black.
Yeah.
Pardon me.
Yeah.
Well, actually, if I get it here, portrait that out. Oh, that's a lot better. That's easier to do it. There we go. The white is written in pale blue because it's kind of difficult to write in white. So,
Valid.
It's in Academy Game Images. If there's an issue with differentiating the black and the blue, please let me know. But I've also
Are we starting at the top or the bottom?
You're starting on the line that reads red, green, blue, white, black at the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, if we take the first column, everyone take care of your element. The first time you reach it, put down a scale. The second time you reach it, if there is a second time, cast a spell or cantrip in order to nullify the ground, and we all run through in 12 seconds.
That's
I
the
agree.
one thing I want to know. Do we have a grace period? Like, for example, if Eldwin lifts the red dragon scale off of the red tile in the far left, and then puts a mage hand down on it, does he still get the 12 seconds, or is it as soon as the dragon scale is lifted, it...
From the evidence you've seen so far, once the element corresponding with the tile hits it, you have 12 seconds. As has been shown already, with the scale being placed on it, it seems to have an effect of constantly applying that elemental magic's presence. So therefore it would be hypothetical to assume that should the scale be taken off, you will have 12 seconds from that point as the tile is no longer in contact with the magic element needed to sustain its nullification.
Plus, we should only need to use the tiles. We could use the tiles once in spells for the second one. So we can always also use Mage Hand to pull them back over in case we get on the other side.
That's true.
That's what makes the most sense to me. Take the far left path. It's the one that we can all use the most of. Fire, ice, lightning.
Okay.
And we could use magic missile to get the poison, and the scale to get the acid. Yeah, that seems... Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
And I mean, I can also just attack something. What, you don't just have acid coming out of your fingers on occasion? Sounds like a skill issue.
Fire and force. Acid would be new.
I mostly just have blood, but that's only when something goes wrong.
I don't know, I can spit poison. That's about it.
Spit poison?
Yeah. Randall's going to go. And as he spits, he's going to cast poison spray.
Hell yeah.
Well, okay then.
Nice. Okay.
Alright, so red scale, far left.
Randall is 100% the kind of person that would do finger guns after doing something like that. Like, yeah!
Yeah.
Okay, Eldwin puts the first tile on. Since you have the red.
Red scale, far left tile.
Who has the white one?
Yeah, next we need white, which is Randuin.
Mm-hmm.
And then I
puts
have
the white one down.
Then I have the blue scale. I'll put that down.
Right.
I'll put the green scale.
Yeah.
And then blue's next.
Blue's
I can cast my cantrip, but that would mean that the person that Eldwin would need to run ahead of me to put the. Well, yeah. What do we do?
Let me mage hand the black scale.
No, blue's next. Oh, yes.
That way we can just cast a series of spells and run that last little distance.
Sounds good to me. And when
way.
people are kind of getting more piled on, I'll just cast Primal Savagery and hit the black scale next to the white one in the second row, in the second column.
Just to make
that way
space.
someone can stand there for 12 seconds.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Alright.
Okay. If I pass on to green, the green ahead of the first blue, I can just.
You should be fine to stand there because the scale's there. So you'll be
Yeah, I'm wondering if I should take the scale and put it on the next one, or if I should cast spell.
if you have lightning lure or shocking grasp at this point, I think it's spells to the end now.
Yeah.
Is our goal.
As
We can
opposed
all
to
run that distance within 12
We
seconds.
need to make sure that we're not going to like pile onto each other. We need to have like an order.
I think if we're all running single file and seeing as most of our spells are ranged aside from the shocking grasp, which we only use on this one, as long as you're first, you cast shocking grasp. I can do magic missile over you.
Randuin can do the poison spray on both the green tiles to keep them active.
I can do firebolt on the tiles in front of you.
Wait, I thought I was doing green and Randuin was doing red.
It
So
all got kind of
that's talking about the scales, but you're now saying that when it comes to spell capability, Randuin doesn't have any kind of cold damage. He has fire and he has poison. So the scales have all been put in place. So from what I'm understanding here, the red scale's been put down, so is the white, so is the blue, and so is the green. Mage Hand has also been used to put the black scale at the end.
Yes.
Which means that you've still got a blue, a red, 2 greens, and a white to deactivate.
Yeah.
So we don't need poison. We don't need poison.
That's the 2 greens. Oh,
so
but Randuin has it.
Yes,
so I can do the 2 greens. I can cast magic missile on the 2 greens. Randuin can do the red because he has firebolt, and Eldwin can do cold. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can do the white.
We're in the home stretch.
Rista, someone needs to do blue, which I think is Rista.
Yeah, I have to go ahead first because my spell is touch, not ranged.
Okay, so Rista for blue, Randuin for red, Constantine for both greens, and Eldwin for white, and then we just book it. Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, just on the count of 3, go.
Okay.
This is gonna be terrible. Let's go.
Let's see how it goes.
Alright, Eldwin's gonna hold his
up,
action to cast Ray of Frost.
Randuin is going to rub his hands together and then pulls flame into both his hands.
Already a magic missile transmutated to do poison damage, aiming a bolt at both of the green tiles.
And lightning crackles in my hand as I press it down onto the blue tile.
As soon as you press it onto the blue tile, Randuin casts Burning Hands onto the red tile, because he doesn't have Firebolt. He only has Burning Hands. As soon as the Burning Hands hits, would that be yourself, Constantine, with the...
Yep. The 2...
So the 2 poison blobs smack into the green tiles, and then the home stretch being for the white. Eldwin, you said you had the cold sorted?
Yep, I'm gonna cast Ray of Frost onto that tile there, and should be good from there.
And then
you guys
yes,
book it from there, yeah?
Yep, we're just gonna bolt across in the 12 seconds.
You were already halfway forward at that point, so having the 12-second delay from the spells, everybody here moves more than 25 feet per round. So you can take your time stepping, Rista casts it on the blue one, takes a step forward, Randuin goes around, casts the flames on the red one, Rista moves forward, Randuin moves forward. Constantine hits with the 2 acid ones, everybody moves a step forward, and so on and so forth till everybody gets across. The moment your feet touch the ground on the other side, all the tiles deactivate, and the door unlocks.
Eldwin, can you retrieve those scales in case we need them again?
He'll just kind of pull them back one at a time.
Okay. You pull the scales back.
Kind of just leave them floating above his head in a circle.
Alrighty. Do you guys go through the open door now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I give Achille a high five.
I high five back.
I don't.
Not with the primal savagery.
I don't offer you one.
The primal savagery goes off as soon it's no longer up once I attack something. It's not there anymore.
Okay, so as you go into the next room, this one is a circular room. In the center of this room, there is what appears to be a dome of constantly pulsing magical energy. Around it, there are 5 orbs. They are made of metal. They look as if they are different colours. And around this entire place, there is pictures and images of dragons in varying different scenarios, resting on mountaintops, fighting in the skies, all kinds of great and wonderful things.
You said that in the center there's a dome with pulsing magical energy, then around it are floating metal orbs.
Floating metal orbs, yes. They appear to be different colours.
And there's 5 of them.
There is... Oh, sorry, I did say 5. I didn't mean 5. I actually changed that and didn't write it down. There is not 5, sorry, I do apologise. There is 10.
Oh.
In this particular puzzle.
Are they the same colors as the last challenge?
So the same colours are there, but there's also other colours.
Okay. Are they all unique colors?
Yeah, are there repeat colors or are they all...
There are no repeat colours.
What are our 5 new colors?
The 5 new colours are gold, silver, and then these 3 are quite similar. Copper, brass, and bronze.
Okay.
Those still dragons?
Yeah, these are the metallic dragons.
Metallic dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah. And tell you what, chromatic's easy, but I don't know crap about metallic dragons.
I know one is, I think gold is fire. I think bronze is lightning. Silver, I don't remember.
I think
Silver should be cold.
Yeah, I think silver's ice. Bronze is
lightning.
Copper's poison?
What did we say brass was?
Copper's acid.
Copper's acid.
And brass is...
I didn't go to school for dragons.
Brass is poison.
Poison.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a good concept. I have already stated Eldwin is quite the visual learner. I would like to make an Arcana check on these, or an investigation maybe on these murals across the wall.
Fantastic. As you go to investigate that, you can roll me your investigation check on that.
Magnifique.
And can I just do a general Arcana check on the dome and the floating orbs?
You certainly can. Yes, make that Arcana check. If either of you, if yourself, Achillia, or Constantine would like to also make checks, you can do. Please just vocalize what you'd like to do.
I'll help Gina on the Arcana check, so she'll get advantage. Can I do that? Is that a thing?
Of course you can. You can give the help action. Of course you can.
Okay. I thought
I
it was.
love that. Oh, that's better. I'm gonna say that Rista goes, if she doesn't sense like any danger, she goes up and like she doesn't touch them, but she observes them more closely, and she gets a 20 on her Arcana check.
20 on the Arcana. Eldon, what did you get for your investigation?
I'm actually really happy with this. 17. He's gonna try to
17?
make his way up next to Rista and like, trace the patterns in the walls.
So Rista's over next to the dome of magical energy in the middle.
Oh, sorry, the pictures. Yeah, he's
Right.
over on the wall. But
Okay.
he's also kind of, as Rista's getting close to that, he's getting close to the mural to closely investigate.
Achillia, is there anything that you're wanting to do? Anything you're wanting to check out?
Do another nature check. I'll ponder one of the orbs.
Okay, absolutely fine. So yeah, you can make a nature check on the
Guidance.
orbs.
Oh, that's fun. That's a natural 20 for
Hey!
God, math. 26.
Okay. As you move forward and you make a nature check on these orbs, and I'm going to go round everybody's checks here now that I've got everybody's results. As you move forward and you start kind of observing these orbs, they seem to have a very natural tie to the dome here. They seem to be, what's the word I'm looking for here? Not symbiotic.
Like gravitating?
No. Actually, no, the term is symbiotic. That's what I'm looking at. Yeah, they tend to have a symbiotic nature. The orbs are directly responsible for this magical energy. And again, there was no arcane feel about this. This is all very... None of this had to be done with intervention of purely magical means. This is stuff that could happen from very, very natural sources, probably suggesting that there is in fact a very natural way to solve this without the use of magic. Whatever that
Same
may be.
stuff as last time.
And can I just ask a real quick question here, Brian?
Of course you can.
Is there any door or anything, or is it just a solid room?
So around it you have these murals. The murals look like they're in large kind of carved out frames, but there's nothing that looks like a door or a window or anything like that.
Okay.
Eldon, when it comes to your investigation check, there are 5 murals here. Okay? 5. As you make your way around the room and you look at them, the first one shows a silver dragon and a white dragon locked in aerial combat. Both of them spewing ice at each other.
Mm-hmm.
Making your way around, you now see a bronze dragon and a blue dragon. Both of them standing on cliff tops, mouths open wide, belching lightning into the sky. You then come across the third mural, which is a copper dragon and a black dragon. Both of them flying over some kind of canyon, emptying their mouths and breathing acid down into this canyon. You then come across a very solitary green dragon, just kind of chilling in this little hovel with the wispy tendrils of a gaseous poison coming out of their nose and mouth. And then in the fifth and final image, you see a gold, a brass, and a red dragon. All of them flying around each other, breathing flames at each other.
Ooh.
And with your Arcana check, Gina, as you move forward and you get really close to this dome, you feel all of the kind of the effects that you would generally feel from these kind of magical damages. You feel hot, cold, your skin gets itchy, you feel like your breathing is very, very harsh, and the hair on your body starts to stand up on end. You're standing next to pure, unfiltered, raw evocation.
I kind of stumble back and put my hand on Constantine's shoulder and relay that to him.
Got it. So it seems that they all have some kind of counterpart with one another. Like, the white to the silver dragon. But there's not another poison dragon, not amongst the metallics. Brass is fire as well.
But isn't brass usually poison? Is brass just in the wrong place and maybe we had to observe that it was out of the wrong... Maybe we had to observe that brass was out of place.
Maybe so. Although, aren't brass dragons avoidant?
Brand, can I make a history check on the behavior of metallic dragons? I would have expected that would have been something I would have prepped for, or at least gone over.
So draconic origins as well as draconic studies is most definitely something that you would probably have read about. You can definitely roll to see if you can remember anything about the behaviors of certain draconic types.
Okay. That man just grabbed Fizban's Treasury of Dragons.
Yep. Would that be just a flat roll or with advantage? I'm mostly thinking because I probably would have gone.
Technically, it would be an Arcana check. Or if you're trying to recall information you've already read, it would be a history check. I will leave it up to you, whatever you're trying to do.
Okay, I think that'd be a history check. I'm guessing it would have been in the notes that I took earlier for this class. I don't think you can really go over evocation magic without studying dragon types, right? Or maybe not, I don't know.
It is most often viewed that evocation magic originates with draconic entities. So, very safe to say that if you're going into evocation, and as is very part of Constantine's character, they tend to read up before they go into a new class. It would be very common to assume that you have in fact read up on dragons' behaviours and all that jazz.
Okay. So with the keen mind feat, can I roll with advantage?
I'll allow that, yep.
Okay.
You were reading specifically on metallic dragons, right?
Yes. I mean, I'm trying to recall the brass. Is the brass the one that's alone?
No, the green dragon's the one that's alone. The brass dragon and the
Is with the gold dragon.
gold,
is
brass,
with the
and
gold
red.
dragon
Yeah.
and the red dragon,
Okay.
which seems to be the standout, as they tend to have. Everything else has a kind of 1 versus 1 counterpart. The green dragon doesn't seem to have a counterpart, and apparently when it comes to fire, it's a 2v1. So,
Okay. Yeah, I'll just kind of try and remember that type of thing. You know, the counterparts to dragons, if there is an imbalance, and maybe why there is that. That's
Okay.
going to be a 28.
on a 28, so on a 20, as you start to think on, why this could be, you do recall that brass dragons, they tend to seek out the company of other creatures that can carry on intelligent conversations with them. This seems to be the major advantage that metallic dragons have over chromatics, is that metallic dragons very often will approach teamwork. When it comes to chromatic dragons, green dragons are very well known for being loners. Everybody assumes it's black dragons because they choose to live in like swampy environments, but most of the time green dragons are the ones who will actively seek out spaces away from anybody else. So whether this is simply because, what's the word I'm looking for here? Whether this is simply because they have a breath weapon that is not represented in any other scope of draconic entity, or whether it's just because they're just happen to be loners, you can't quite recall. But when it comes to brass dragons are very well known for being quite social creatures, and it does seem to be here that a gold dragon and a fire dragon fighting each other as the natural pair up, but brass seems to have kind of come in on an assist level on that. When it comes to green dragons as well, green dragons are one of the few who actually rely on natural sources for their power to increase. That is all the information you'll get on brass and green dragons' personalities. Whether that is part of this puzzle, that's up for you to decide.
Did we?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Did we confirm that brass dragons are poison dragons, or are they fire?
Brass
dragons?
dragons are fire breathers.
Okay.
Are there any kind of like indentations in the wall by the murals, like where an orb might go?
None.
Eldwin,
Wow.
can you try and remove one of the orbs from the circular magic thing with a mage hand? I don't want to risk losing my hand on the case that it's going to explode.
Heading. Okay. Eldwin will go up to it, and instead of doing what Constantine said, try to put the red dragon scale that he brought with him to the red orb.
Okay. You touch the red dragon scale to the red orb. There's a plume of fire that expands like a circle. It bursts out of it. If you're walking up, do you do it with your mage hand, or are you pressing it up with your own hand? Mage hand, okay. Your mage hand is dissipated. As it... Oh wait, no, your mage hand can't take damage, can it?
Can it?
I don't think it has a stat block. I think it's...
I don't remember.
I think there's a very, very specific subclass that gets like a special mage hand that can take damage, but I don't think yours can. So
Yeah, it doesn't.
Your
say
mage hand can
anything about
attack,
that.
so it would make sense it can't take damage.
Yeah.
but the scale is sent flying across the room.
Nice. Then Eldwin will try to lift the orb from its place. Does it budge at all?
Doesn't move from its rotation. Constantly keeps its pacing and its space between the others.
Brian, can I
Figures.
confirm what we saw in the images? We saw the ice dragons fighting each other. We saw
Yes.
the lightning dragons shooting lightning into the sky
Into the air. Yep.
and not at each other. The acid dragons are breathing acid into a canyon, not at each other.
Yep.
The green dragon is solo, and the fire dragons are fighting at each other.
So they're breathing fire at each other, but to be very specific on that, the gold and brass dragons seem to be breathing flames in tandem towards the red dragon.
Towards the red dragon. Okay. Okay, so
I mean,
just want to make
that's fairly common knowledge that metallic and chromatic dragons are natural enemies. They don't tend to
Yeah.
work very well together.
Okay, I just want to make the observation that the ice dragons and some of these dragons are fighting each other, some of them are working in tandem. So
Interesting.
maybe like some of these, like the fire, if you put fire on fire, it's gonna react poorly. But maybe if like we put like elements together, maybe that's part of the puzzle.
The only two elements that are together, as in aligned,
Are the lightning and the acid. But not necessarily aligned, just that they're not fighting.
working against a common enemy, that would be gold and brass.
Yeah.
So what happens if I use the mage hand to pull the red scale to the brass?
Does the exact same thing. The brass expands with this ring of fire and blasts the scale across the room.
Now try doing it with the blue and the bronze, just to see what happens.
Eldwin will take the blue scale and put it to the bronze.
There's a crackling of energy and a ring of lightning blasts, and the blue scale flies across the room.
Okay. Now what if we put... Don't want to blow up the room. What if we put opposite elements together?
Yeah, that's actually one thing we haven't tried there. Poison. Poison stands
Yeah.
alone. There's only one green orb. It's the only one that is its own thing. Do we want to try that first? It's probably just gonna shoot out a cloud of poison, but you know.
Well, we have to get a favorable outcome at some point. So just keep. So yeah, try it.
Sure. Green to green.
Green to the green orb, there is a hiss and a of poisonous gas, and the green scale flies across the room. There's now just a little pile of scales and slight variations of damage across the hall. Achille, you look like hold just a little minute, Constantine. I think Achille, you look like you were going to say something there.
No, I'm just thinking.
Oh, you're just thinking. Okay, cool, no worries. I thought I saw your mouth move as if to speak, so that's why I was like,
No, I think in silly ways.
okay, Constantine.
Can I try shooting? I'll try the I guess the gold orb first with a firebolt.
Okay, you launch a firebolt at the gold orb.
Mhm.
Okay. The gold orb illuminates and burns on fire.
But it doesn't pulse outwards?
Doesn't pulse outwards.
Does it stay on fire?
Stays on fire.
I'll shoot a firebolt at the red orb.
Fire at the red orb goes on fire. Stays on
Brass.
fire. You do it to the brass one, stays on fire.
Okay.
Okay. There might.
Hit the corresponding orb with the element that it translates to.
Yeah.
So to
So we
be
just have to
clear,
keep-
you used fire
Uh-huh.
and activated the fire orbs, right?
Right.
Cool. I just need to take a note of that. Give me just a moment.
So the scales were not the answer.
It's possible the skills were meant for the previous room. I mean, I don't think it's a wrong idea to bring them along in case we need protection from those elements again.
Just
Did Achille-
curious. One
did
of
Achille mention-
Achilles' observations, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you share that with the group, Achillea? What you saw about like the natural magic?
I
Yeah.
shared that way earlier.
Yeah,
Cool.
I'm just making
right at the
sure,
beginning.
yeah. So, Achilles said there should be a way to solve this without the need to cast spells or use magic directly.
And there's nothing else in the room, Bran,
I have a thought.
that other than what you described.
Nope.
Yeah, while the orbs are getting blasted with fire, or the fire orbs are getting blasted, I'm gonna go up to I'll go up to the green dragon
Okay.
mural, and I'm just gonna see if there's like anything that might, I don't know, almost like pop out of it, like something that could be removed.
It's definitely something that, if, with it being specific, I can let you make an investigation check for.
Cast guidance on myself for that. Okay. That's gonna be a investigation +2. That's gonna be a dirty 20.
Dirty 20, you look over it, you very much like Eldon did with his 17, you're pressing into it, you're, fiddling about with it, trying to figure out anything. You can't see it, you can't see if there is anything that can be moved, you don't feel anything that can be moved. As far as you can see, very similar to Eldon, this is just a flat mural.
Did we try touching any one of the orbs to the dome itself yet?
We can't move
You can't move the orbs.
But that does prompt a thought. Spells might be the easy way out. It could be that
Yeah.
if this dome is primal elemental energy, Eldwin's gonna kind of abandon caution here, approach the silver orb, and just place his hands on it.
On the silver orb,
Mm-hmm.
you touch the silver orb, and there's a... and it explodes outwards. I need you to make me a strength saving throw.
That's what happens when you throw caution to the wind.
Yeah,
And hits back.
That's a 10 total.
A 10 total, so you will take 1 cold damage,
Okay.
but you are knocked 10 feet back, and you're prone.
He'll lay there and look at the ceiling for a second and go, I was hoping that you might be able to channel energy directly from that current into the orb. That didn't. I'm going to stay here for a minute. You guys just...
Is
Yeah.
it worth trying to find a way to do this without magic when we have magic that works?
I say no,
Did
personally.
you, Constantine, just ask if it's worth viewing all angles of an assignment before deciding how to solve it? Come on.
I'm more shocked that he suggested to solve this assignment without magic.
I know, that's wild. That's normally a me thing. I'll go up to the copper orb and cast Primal Savagery and then flick it.
You flick it, dealing acid damage to it, and it suddenly becomes coated in this viscous, dripping liquid that seems to just continually spawn out of it. It dissipates before it hits the ground, causing no damage, but there's now acid dropping from it. Randuin is going to... So you used acid there, just so I can mark that down, yeah?
Yeah. Don't remember which one I hate, but I'll do the same thing to the other one.
There's...
So the corresponding one would be the black
Yeah.
orb.
Yeah.
So you walk over and you
I
hit
forgot
that,
which
it does
one
the
I
same thing.
said.
Seeing
Elwyn
you-
picks himself up and Ray of Frost.
Okay.
Silver
And white, so you're doing...
Mm-hmm.
So Eldwin does cold.
Yeah, and I will go up and do the same thing to the lightning, or just cast Shocking Grasp and just electrocute it.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so that is... Rista does lightning, and that leaves Randuin going over to the going over to the solitary green one and spitting on it.
Disrespectful.
Disrespect your surroundings.
Thanks.
Okay. As these are all activated in myriads of spheres lighting on fire, freezing solid and then having a swirling flurry of ice around them, crackling with thrumming lightning or hissing out this poisonous gas, or just dripping with acid, because that's not dangerous at all. The dome of energy starts to pulse before, just like a bubble, pops and disappears. And in the centre of this room shows a clutch of eggs. Each of them is the size of a medium creature. Because when dragons hatch, they're medium-sized, just so everybody knows. Sorry, they're small. They're small. When dragons hatch, they're the size of small creatures, the size of big dogs. And as that happens, there is suddenly this pulse of magic. Each of the murals is going to fall down. Revealing behind them the exterior that you saw at the top of the classroom. Just an expanse of wild terrain as far as the eye can see. But as the one with the three fire-breathing dragons drops down, behind it there is a huge creature. A large golem. Marked with draconic runes all over, constantly pulsing. Which as this drops down, its eyes light up and it lifts its head, and it speaks in Draconic. Does anybody here understand Draconic?
For once, I didn't pick that as one of my starting languages.
No.
Then you don't know what it says. It steps down from its plinth and makes ready to attack.
Oh.
We come in peace?
That is where we're
Magic
going to stop, and we're
missile?
going to take our 15-minute break there, guys. When we come back from our break, we will be rolling initiative and going into combat. Don't go anywhere, folks. We will see you in 15 minutes before we get into combat. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 15 minutes, guys.
Wow.
Hello, folks. We're back. And as I promised, for the second half of today's session, we're beginning with rolling initiative. Woo! It's time to go into it. Right, I need to get... Where's that book?
Good.
There's no way to really show, but if you're looking at my screen, you can see this shape here. My cat, he's laying with his head on my hand, and as much as I would love to reach for my dice, I can't.
No, the cat has spoken, man. Like, I cannot like stand up because I got a cat in my lap. It's just
Honestly, I think we should stop the game now because, like, I think the cat's just tired.
It's feline paralysis. Oh my god, you moved!
Feline paralysis.
You shall not disturb the cat. The cat moves when it wants to.
He looks very jarred that I moved as quickly as I did after he moved his head. He's like, I was just readjusting.
Just damn, okay, if you want me gone, I'm gone.
Excuse me a moment, I'm just trying to find this. Where's the stat block? I had it, I opened it, and now you've closed it. And now I'm angry. How dare you do this to me? I can't believe that they've taken from me my stat block. It was the perfect stat block, and now it's no longer... Oh no, here it is. I got it. I found it.
No, my entire game! It's all oh, here it is.
It's like the Melissa McCartney's version of Ursula, like, I can't believe they took it! Okay, no, I got it. It's fine, I got it. Right.
What's funny about that is that, like, I thought she was a very good Ursula the whole time, but I was like, this is so odd for Melissa McCarthy. And then that scene happened, I was like, oh, that's where she just plays herself.
Yeah,
like, that was the comedic part where that was just Melissa McCarthy.
People do this thing with Disney live actions where they're like, but it's not the same as the original. Obviously, it's not. The original was a fucking cartoon. Okay? People are like, Will Smith playing the genie, and they're like, yeah, but it wasn't as good, but it wasn't Robin Williams. Like, obviously it wasn't fucking Robin Williams. One of them is a 5'4" dead guy, and the other one's like 6'1" and is a rap artist. They're obviously going to be different.
It's just not going to be the same, and you have to accept it.
Yes.
It was a fucking good genie, by the way. People can say what they want. Will Smith was good as the genie.
If they tried to make Will Smith like the Robin Williams genie, it would have been terrible.
Would have been terrible.
He had to do his own thing.
It was the same with Melissa McCarthy. People were like, but it's based on a drag queen and it's Melissa McCarthy. And I was like, look up what Melissa McCarthy did to get money while in college.
Yeah.
What did
she used to be an impersonator of the drag queen that Ursula is based on.
Oh my god, I never knew that.
And also, she went to vocal coaching to pull off the song, and pulled off the song amazingly. One of the best parts about that was Melissa McCarthy.
When I heard Melissa McCarthy was doing that, I love her. I had such little hopes, though. She pulled it off so well.
The worst thing about it was the guy playing fucking Eric. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what is that?
Where are they getting these unknown men from?
What is this alternative music voice you're singing with? Like, singing like he's from fucking Yumi at 6 or some bullshit. Like, fuck off. Don't give me...
No, you can't do that to Prince Eric. I love him.
No, right, okay, fine, but Prince Eric, like, he was singing using a vocal technique used by pop punk singers. And it's the octave shift from the back of your throat. Like, you hear it a lot in, like Blink-182, like, where are you? He was singing with that he was singing with that kind of inflection. I was like, oh, what are you doing? Wait, no, this is Disney, not Green Day. Shut the fuck up.
Anyway, back to the game.
Yeah, back to the game. I'm not going to get into the fact that they've announced they're doing they're doing a fucking Hunchback.
I forgot about that.
Right, so initiative rolls, guys. Let's do it.
4.
Wow, that's not very good. That's a 7.
4.
Wait, what are yours?
I got a 3. I don't know,
I will-
man.
Guys,
I will ask in my usual manner. Did anybody get above 25?
This is going to be depressing.
Oh,
No! Did anybody get between 25 and 20?
don't do this to us.
Did anybody get between 20 and 15? Okay. Did anybody get between 15 and 10? What did you get, Eldwin?
Thank God.
13,
13.
which was somehow the highest roll in the party.
listen.
Listen,
I don't know what
you've
you're
got a
expecting from
rogue.
the two wizards.
You've got a rogue in the party as well, who I think has somehow rolled the lowest. Okay, so don't start me on this. Did
Oh, no,
anybody? Did
Randy.
anybody get between 10 and 5?
I got a 7. I mean, I
Constantine
rolled,
got a 7?
but I got a 7.
Did we have 3 out of our 5 characters get below 5?
Okay, so we have Constantine with a 7. Did anybody get below a 7? Rista, what did you get?
I got a 4.
You got a 4. What is your initiative modifier?
My modifier's +1.
+1. Okay, so Randuin did not get the lowest, but he did get a 4. But his initiative modifier is higher than yours, so it's Randuin, then Rista, and then I'm assuming that it is Achillea coming in with a total of 3. Wow, fantastic.
What's your modifier?
It's 1.
Okay. So you didn't get a nat 1.
Randuin rolled a nat 1. Randuin nat 1 bombed.
It's a nice
So
thing
going-
about initiative rolls. Nats don't mean anything.
So going first is going to be the Golem.
Wow, how shocking.
The Golem at the beginning of its turn, I'm going to roll a dice. Okay. As the Golem steps down into the arena, its very, very basic metal body. The runes all extinguish, all except these red runes. And its body starts to glow red, bright red. As it superheats up. That happens at the beginning of its turn. It's not an action or a bonus action or anything. It's just something that happens at the beginning as it initiates combat. And it starts to give off intense waves of heat. It's now going to move forward, and it's going to make an attack. It's going to roll... I'm going to roll a d6, which will decide who it randomly attacks. Eldwin, you're 1. Rista, you're 2. Achillea, you're 3. Constantine, you're 4. Randuin is 5. And DM's choice is 6. Fuck me, man. Doesn't like Randuin. It's coming up to Randuin, and it's going to make its slam attack. That is going to be a miss, however. 5 plus 5 is a total of 10, so it does not hit his armor class. As it raises its fist and slams it down, Randuin manages to leap back, avoiding this crater that's been made. And as it slams into the ground, you can see, like, you know, the ground around it chars as its fist slams into it. It lifts its fist back out, and it will make... it can't do that. Okay, I thought it was going to be able to do something else, but I've misread the stat block, so it'll just make a second slam attack against them. That one is going to hit. That's an 11 plus 5 for a total of 16. As it slams its fist, this time catching Randuin with its fist. It will deal... 5 bludgeoning damage and 2 fire damage. Randuin takes half of the fire damage because Tiefling. Okay. That is it for the golem. It is now Eldwin's turn.
All right. Eldwin is going to conjure up that same blue flame from before and hurl a firebolt at the golem.
You hurl a firebolt at the golem. Roll to hit.
Oh god, I'm sorry. Alright, 10 on the die, plus 7, 17.
17 will hit as the firebolt collides with its chest. The fire doesn't spread over it. The fire just kind of and gets sucked into it, as it is immune to fire damage.
Interesting. So you said it was glowing red.
Glowing red, exuding heat, bellowing flames from its body.
Hitting it with the fire, it's immune. Okay, cool. So Eldwin will say, this isn't just elemental matching anymore. I'm going to bonus action, attempt to pull Randuin a little further away from the golem.
Okay, that's using your telekinesis.
Telekinetic shove, just
okay.
As long as he doesn't resist, he'll just get slipped back.
He won't resist it. How far does he move back? 5 feet?
Yeah, it's going to be 5 feet.
Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Just
Randuin
a little
moves back
ways
5
away.
feet.
Eldwin is going to make his way using his movement speed to a sort of flanking position. Make it so that we're kind of circling the golem.
Sounds good. Is that everything for you, Eldwin?
I think so.
Moves on to Constantine with Randuin on deck.
Okay. We're gonna go some good old fashioned Pokemon logic. I'll cast Magic Missile and I will transmutate the spell to deal cold damage.
Fantastic. So they'll all automatically hit, so you're now just rolling your damage. I believe
Is
it's
it four missiles, 1d4 each? Am I remembering that correctly?
I think it's 3. Is it
3
4?
missiles. It's 4 at second level, I believe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 3. You're right. 1d4.
1d4 plus 1 per missile, yeah?
Yeah. All right, that's 2, 4, 2, 6. All right, so that's going to be 10 cold damage.
10 cold damage in total. So as it crashes into this thing, patches of this red hiss and dissipate back to that dull grey before the entire thing, all the heat goes out of it, and your 10 becomes 20 damage as it was vulnerable to cold. The moment that happens, is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
No, I'm good.
At the end of your turn, as it was dealt cold damage, suddenly all the white runes glow, and the thing becomes covered in a thin film of frost before it wrenches its arm free, breaking this kind of cold casing over it, stands up straight, and as it reaches this point, gaps in its plating start to hiss out this cold fog.
Can I yell as a free action?
Yeah, you can.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's pretty self-exclamatory, but I'll just kind of... All right, hope y'all can see colors. Hit it with the opposing element.
Which is which one here?
That's for you to find out.
Probably red. Probably fire. Maybe.
You just did ice to cool off the fire. Now you think the fire is going to do something against the ice?
I mean, logically.
Logically, ice shouldn't have worked against fire. Try lightning.
Where's ice work
After-
against?
After
Why
Constantine.
would ice work against ice? Is using Pokemon logic. Ice is not effective against fire. Fire is super effective against ice.
Okay, you're using the opposing element. Obviously, it was vulnerable. You're gonna tell me that I'm wrong? She came down in a bubble, bro.
You know what? I'm not holding space for this right
Her
now.
sister was a witch!
I'm in
And they
media.
were
That's not what this
roommates.
is about.
Okay, it goes to Randrin, and Randrin is going to... I don't know what Randrin's going to do at this point. Probably try to attempt something, then die.
Yeah.
He's not known for being the smartest.
What did happen to Rinwin? And what did the golem do to him?
It slammed him.
Like, body slammed him or, like...
Slammed him with its fist. So he took bludgeoning damage as well as taking fire damage, but he takes half the fire damage.
My baby.
Eldrin, you did say to try lightning, right?
I did.
Okay, so Randrin's going to go, okay, I hope this works, and he's going to throw his hands out and lightning crackles between his hands, and he's going to cast Witch Bolt. So he's going to roll to hit with a Witch Bolt. That's a 13 on the die. His magic is a +7, so that's a total of 20. That is a hit. So the lightning crashes into this thing, and the lightning dances all over this metal, which has been excessively chilled. And as it does so, the patches of ice over it start to and crumble off of it. It's not the greatest amount of damage, but as it is currently vulnerable to lightning, it deals 6 damage to it.
Alright, I stand corrected. Wait, what's the logic behind it being vulnerable to lightning from cold?
If you have metal that is super chilled, it becomes excessively galvanized, meaning that electricity is more attracted to it.
Stand corrected.
It's fine, don't worry, you're allowed to be wrong.
Isn't that why lightning is generally drawn to metal? Because metal has a colder surface temperature most of the time?
Most of the time, yeah.
I actually didn't realize that temperature had an impact on its conductivity. That's
So if you have hot metal, it will still conduct electricity, but it conducts it less effectively than cold metal. Which is why when you're building structures underground to run electricity, they are usually kept in water-cooled containers. Which sounds almost counterproductive because electricity you would usually want to keep away from water, but they bury large intense electric cables underground because they're generally colder under there rather than being above ground where they can be heated by outward environmental structures. Okay. So again, much like what happened last time, this thing kind of shuts down a little bit, all the kind of patches of ice falling off it, and then these blue runes crackle up, and it is electrified. Patches and gaps in the armor, you can see crackling arc energy underneath it, as it now has electrical capabilities. Which one's going to be the way you figure it? How do you get out of this one now? What's it going to be?
Okay, so the way that lightning functions, it needs conductivity. It's a separation of positive and negative energies clashing back together. If we muddle the connectivity, lightning is produced in storms, clouds, not poison, acid.
Right.
I don't know if I'm right. Are you trusting me on that? You're a wizard!
After Randrin, it goes to... After Randon, it goes to Rista, and then from Rista, Achillea, you're on deck. Okay?
So here's what I want to do.
Okay.
The golem shows up. I've made it clear that Rista's not a fighter.
Mm-hmm.
She can't defend herself. She doesn't know what to do. She sees everyone get up to start fighting this thing. She was backed by the dragon eggs, or what she assumes to be dragon eggs. She wants to protect it some way. She's not thinking about whether this golem is trying to protect it from us or if it's trying to get to the egg. She's just thinking, danger, let's protect this thing that we worked so hard to get. So what I want to do is I want to use for the very first time Minor Conjuration, which is a feature of my subclass, which is I can conjure up an inanimate object no larger than 3 feet and no more than 10 pounds. And I want to conjure a shield on top of the eggs.
Okay, yeah.
Or at least in the direction of the golem.
I was about to say, because of the size of this nest, you're probably going to be able to cover it with 3 feet by 3 feet, but you can certainly, create a shield construct in front of these eggs. You can certainly do that. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll use any movement I have to go up to the eggs and create a shield. And, that's all she can do.
Okay. If that's everything for you then, Rista, you create this shield in front of them. What does the shield look like? Paint us a word picture.
I think since everything that's been going on, it's like these like draconic metallic chromatic elements. I think the shield looks like a dragon scale. I think it looks like a red dragon scale.
Fantastic. So you create this floating red dragon scale-esque kite shield shape in front of these eggs. Fantastic. Well done, Rista. Move on to Achillea.
Yeah. I will run up to the golem and bonus action, I will put a hex on it, and I guess I'll do that for strength checks, I guess.
Okay. So ability checks are made with a minus 1d6?
Made with disadvantage.
Made with disadvantage, okay.
For strength ones. And then I will use my action and do Primal Savagery, the cantrip, and attack.
Primal Savagery is acid, just to be clear, right?
Yes. That's not good. That is only a 13 to hit.
So with a 13, you're not going to hit your attack. Just glances off of the armor. As it does hit off of it, it leaves no mark behind. So it's not a case of like, oh, you somehow got up really close to it and somehow missed it. But the attack just doesn't take any traction.
Acid could also work corrosive against lightning. Wish that would have hit. We would have known.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Acid would be the way to go.
Yeah, acid or
I think it's acid
really
over poison.
Sense. I feel
Poison
like acid
doesn't really
makes the
make
most
sense.
sense.
Well,
I don't know. I'm just guessing here.
Oh wait, how would you? Fire would be to poison, right? You burn away the poison gas,
Fire would make sense for poison.
which means it would be poison to acid, and then acid to lightning. Okay, so,
So
we are looking for acid.
because you've started on this line of thought, I would like everybody to make an Arcana check.
Hey.
Bran, is when like switching these types, would I kind of like intuitively know like opposites with them, or are they kind of all different in their own way?
There's not really an opposites. Multiple things can work on multiple points.
Right.
This is what this line of thought is going down as you've voiced that out loud, which is why I was hoping this is one of these things that I have. I tend to write down these, like, if they start talking about this could trigger somebody making this roll. So as you've started doing that, what was everybody's Arcana checks?
16.
16?
20 for 22.
22? Constantine, what did you get?
15.
15.
Wait, Ren, did you get a nat 20?
It was a nat 20 for a 22, yeah. This one die likes me a lot. This is the same one that did the crit last time.
As it's voiced out loud, like, this doesn't make any sense. It makes sense that fire can melt, like, you know, ice can cool down fire. That fire could also melt ice, and, you know, fire burning away poison and such. As that starts to be drawn, you'd also kind of remember in your basic early studies of magic, the 5 damage types that have been shown here are not the only damage types represented in Evocation. There is also thunder. Just because it isn't shown as a draconic reference does not mean that it's not present in Evocation magic. As that's now present, you can start to look at how that might positively interact with any of these dissipations.
I would think thunder would not be an antithesis to lightning, right? I mean, I don't know, they seem to go a little hand in hand.
Together, thunder would be an antithesis to poison, maybe.
Maybe. I mean, some of this is going to be a bit of trial and error. The thing is, I can only transmutate one more spell. I only have one more spell slot. So
Use the scales.
be an option. Smack him with them.
Literally,
That'd be funny.
throw the scale at the golem.
Anyway, after Achillia, is there anything else you want to do with your turn, Achillia?
Nope, I don't want to disengage. Because I cannot.
Just going to go to the golem's turn then after you, and the golem is currently charged with electricity. The one who's done the most damage to it so far is going to be Eldwin. So Eldwin is going to turn on you.
That's fair.
You're Constantine.
You're Constantine.
Yeah, why did I also get things mixed up?
Why do you keep doing that?
Oh, no, hold on.
You named yourself Elvin earlier.
I did.
It is you. It's not.
Yeah, because he
you
did
who's
the
done
20.
the most damage.
He
You've
did
done
the
the
20.
No, I'm getting these mixed up. You bunch of fucking morons.
Dude, I think it's because I played a wizard named Edwin at one point, and so sometimes I see your name and I'm like, oh yeah, it's me, and I was like, no, I'm Constantine.
Look, you've annoyed me enough now. Does a 12 hit you?
No, a 12 does not hit.
12 doesn't hit you with the first one. Okay, so it'll slam you, and just because you've both annoyed me now, it's now going to turn. It's going to try and slam you. Wait, which one? Which one? Charlie is going to try and hit you.
Are we like the Fred and George of this campaign? It's like, which one was which? What?
I hate you guys so much. That is going to be a 17 to hit you. Eldwin.
Eldwin. Cast shield.
Okay, cool. You cast shield. No damage goes through either of you. Constantine manages to avoid. Eldrin manages to shield. No damage has been done to the golem, therefore its damage type does not shift.
Mm-hmm.
It moves on to Eldwin.
Kind of holding the shield up against the golem's fist, he's going to say, I have a damage type that's none of these.
Try it. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Okay. It looks to you guys like Eldwin's shadow starts to crawl up his body as his arms are replaced with these black shadowy tendrils. He drops the shield and casts Arms of Hadar to try to attack the golem with. I need a strength saving throw.
Yes, you do. It will make a strength saving throw. It'll stay on the table, it will. So that is a 7 on the die. Strength saving throw is not proficient. So therefore that's a total of 10.
That is
golem-
going to fail.
The golem
Rista-
isn't proficient in strength.
No, Rista, you have a nat 20 that you can use on your next available roll you wish to. Somebody's just popped a nat 20 for you.
Oh,
Aww. It's one of the rewards in the Twitch chat.
Oh my gosh!
People can buy nat 20s. You can also buy them for the villains, by the way. Just, putting that out there in case anybody wants to.
That's evil. If I dive to someone buying a nat 20 for a villain, I will personally find you.
I'm gonna buy a nat 20 for Lacketh next session.
Can we buy ourselves nat 20s?
No, you can't
I
buy.
didn't know about this.
You can't buy them for your own campaign.
For your own team, yeah.
Well, thank you, Patron of Chaos.
So what was the what was
that
the
is
damage
going to
thing from that?
be 9 necrotic damage.
9 necrotic damage. So the necrotic damage does take an effect. However, necrotic is not an evocation damage type.
It is not.
Therefore, nothing changes, but it does still take the damage. As you can see, the lines of necrosis spreading up this golem's metallic body.
Mm-hmm. Those lines of necrosis linger and stiffen its movements. It cannot take any reactions until its next turn.
That's a good turn. This is a good turn right there.
Which means I'm going to back up from it without the need to disengage, because it can't take an opportunity attack against me.
It cannot. You're very correct. Is that everything for you, Eldwin?
No, I'm going to use my bonus action to throw Achillea out of the way.
I'm going to drag Achillea away from it. Achillea's like, let me at it. No, Achillea, let's just move back for a little bit.
Well, no, I'm all for it, but but it moved to hit Constantine and then me. So I guess it's Constantine who I would kind of just slide back.
It didn't move. It has a 10-foot range.
Oh. I'm going to stop dragging people. I think I'll just do that.
I mean, dragging Randuin out the way worked, but...
you know what? I'm going to drag Constantine in the way.
I'm going to move you closer to the golem.
Human shield!
Yeah, I'm going to be like, hit him! No, that's my turn.
Okay, after Eldwin, it goes to Constantine.
Okay.
With Randuin on deck.
So it still has lightning? Yeah?
Still crackling with lightning.
Alright, can I make a Arcana or investigation check to try and see what type of damage would most likely help against this? I have a feeling in this setting, Constantine might be smarter than Dan. I don't know if that's allowed, but can I try?
So as it's a rule at my table, everybody gets a free ability check they can make during combat. It's when you go to make another one that I'd go, okay, this will probably be your action. So you can make that Arcana check to observe what is happening here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm specifically trying to remember or analyze what damage type would best suit this situation. Okay, that's a 19.
Okay. As you're looking at this thing and you're seeing that this thing is obviously powered by arcane runes.
Sure.
The runes that light up are what generate the power that is keeping this golem moving. But as you're looking at that, 2 damage types realistically could work here. One could be poison. Poison usually forms as like a gas or a viscous liquid, which would disrupt the flow of the electricity between the runes.
Okay.
Acid would also work because it would erode the surface, meaning that the magic would not be quite as vibrant as it bounces around. Now, based on what you've seen before, if you deal evocation damage types to this creature, it's going to switch to that damage type, so you'd have to then think what would affect poison or acid next. But poison or acid could both work here.
Okay.
It's less about now as you realise that none of these past trials have used thunder, but thunder is still represented in evocation. You now have 6 damage types to mess around with in order to try and figure out what could work here.
Okay. Trying to think. Do we know specifically what would work against poison or acid?
So if poison is primarily a gas, thunder would clear that. thunder would.
Do we have any
disperse it,
thunder
dissipate
spells?
it.
As you've said that, I will also give you the fact that thunder in the very same logic could be used to deal with fire.
Interesting. I don't. I thought about taking Thunder Wave, but I took a far worse spell instead.
And then poison, maybe water, if it's kind of an ooey.
Water is an
erase it.
evocation.
Right.
For acid, I feel like fire could boil it, or something to that extent. I think
Okay.
acid might be the way to go because
Acid,
we don't
yeah.
have reliable thunder.
Okay.
Unless Achillea, do you have Thunder Wave? No? Okay.
Okay, yeah, we'll go with acid because we have fire and that seems to make sense. So again, magic missile transmutate into acid. Flare wise, you know, it's magic missile. It's concentrated magic into a slightly arrow-like shape. You know, can't get too spicy with how it looks, but it's it's acid. It's dripping with stuff.
Oh wow.
Okay.
I know, how descriptive. Truly
We're not gonna
poetic.
talk about how it like sizzles when it hits the ground.
Yes.
Leaves this acrid smell.
Get
in the air.
Tolkien-esque.
Like,
Describe to me
on.
using at least 3 paragraphs one of these acid droplets.
The viscous, stinking, putrid liquid. It drips from the solid.
I'm already bored. Roll your damage.
Oh jeez. Okay. So that's 4, 7. 8, 9. That's gonna be 9. 9 acid.
9 acid damage as the acid collides with this creature and it starts to seep through the cracks and spatter onto the inside of this golem where the electricity is bouncing around. The electricity starts to crackle and fizzle out. And the 9 becomes 18.
What?
And again, the golem shuts down. Anything else you would like to do with your turn there, Constantine?
Don't think so. Let me just double check. Don't remember if I have any. Yeah, no, that'll be all.
At the end of your turn, these runes start to glow over its body. I don't know if you guys have ever seen what glowing black looks like. It's like black inside with almost like a kind of like pale white outline.
Mm-hmm. Like it's sucking in light almost.
But they start to light up and you watch as these runes start to leak acid all over this creature's body. And it starts itself back up. This time as it moves, it's dripping with acid.
Yeah. Burn or freeze. That would be my guess.
I'm gonna guess burn, considering freeze worked for fire.
I think we're just throwing magic at the problem. There's got to be
Yeah, but
some better
thunder
solution
could
to
work
this.
for ice as like a shattering effect. There's hit it.
Something's better than nothing. Anything but acid damage.
Okay, it goes to Randuin. And Randuin is going to...
I'm gonna yell fire as an educated guess to him.
Cool, you'll give it a try. He will drop the Witch Bolt. As it only does damage on his turn. Oh no, wait, no, it dropped anyway because of the shift. So then he will go to... He's got no packed slots left, so he's only got cantrips. So he'll go to Firebolt. Spawn a wee bolt of flame, and he'll launch it at the creature. Rolling to hit. 14 on the die, plus 7 is a 21, yep. So the firebolt collides with this thing, and as it does, the acid from where it hits fizzles out and dries up, but it doesn't shut the creature down.
Okay.
But the damage will still take effect. It just won't be one of the damages that can cause critical damage. It deals 6 fire damage. And as that happens, he's going to kind of back away a little bit and be like, okay, I did the fire thing and nothing's happening. It looks angry. After Randuin, it goes to Rista with Achillea on deck.
Yeah. What was the piece of information you gave us earlier that thunder had something to do with taking it down?
Thunder is also an evocation damage type, so if this
Yeah.
creature is utilizing evocation damage types in order for the test, thunder could also be there.
So that's what acid, cold, fire,
Acid, cold,
Thunder.
fire, lightning, thunder,
lightning, thunder.
Poison.
Yeah, and it seems like if we had done poison into fire, that would have done more what we were looking for. Acid into fire wasn't. Looks like acid into ice, maybe? Or
Ice countered fire, and lightning countered ice. So if it's 1-to-1, then we're looking at thunder.
yeah.
Thunder, which I don't know if we have any options for dealing thunder damage.
Yeah.
At this point.
Can we gather that we kind of just have to hit this thing with every type of evocation magic in order for it to shut down?
I mean, we can do damage aside from what it's vulnerable to. It's just most effective to use what the opposite of what it is currently wielding. So you can hit it with whatever, as long as it's not acid damage, you'll be fine. It just won't be a crit. That's basically what happened with the fire.
But what I'm saying is, like, in every single challenge, we've had to use, like, in each challenge, every type of evocation for that challenge. Is it that we just have to keep hitting this thing with every type of damage and then it will shut down?
I think it'll shut. Like if we kill it, we can kill it. However,
Yeah, we
it's
can.
most effective to use the damage types effectively. That's all.
Mhm.
That's my hypothesis, at least, because it's still taking damage even when we're not using the
Yeah.
right damage type.
Like if you did shock and grasp, it would deal damage. It's not immune to lightning right now. It's only immune to acid. But it probably wouldn't be critical either. So
Yeah.
There's nothing else more I can do. I feel like I want to run up, put my hands on and cast Shocking Grasp. I mean, we're all in its threatened area anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, Riss is gonna run up from the dome and try to move around it and try to get behind it and put her hands on its back and electrocute it.
Shocking grasp.
Mm-hmm.
You place your hands
Roll.
onto it. Roll
Yes,
to hit.
I do have to roll. Could I just make it my nat 20?
You can definitely do that, yeah.
Why not? And that's
Hell
double
yeah.
damage.
So no, the
How
way
do
I
nat
do
20s
my
work with you?
the way I do my crits is you take the maximum possible damage you can get. So with shocking grasp, I believe it's 2d10,
A D8.
2d6, a d8.
No, it's a D8.
So 1d8. You don't add anything to that.
No.
Okay, so 1d8, so you're doing 8 damage already. Then you roll a d8 and add that on. So you take max possible plus rolled damage.
That's gonna be a 14 total lightning damage.
14 lightning damage in total. This thing gets heavily electrocuted. It does not deal critical damage. Sorry, go ahead. What are you going to say?
I was gonna say anything.
Okay.
she was elegantly demonstrating the casting of shocking grasp on this thing.
Okay.
Right
you
on the
grab
butt
it.
cheeks.
The electricity crackles through this thing. It does not deal critical damage. The damage type of this creature doesn't shift, but the electricity does cause it to damage. It does kind of shudder and shake, but it is still dripping acid. Now, this is a touch-based spell, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is the first time this has came into effect.
Oh shit, am I gonna get
But
acid
as you
damage?
touch it, you will take a d6 of acid damage.
I can take it. I just went to the nurse.
You take 3 acid damage.
Sweet.
Did we long or short rest or anything before or after the encounter with the money golems?
That's all I recall.
I thought we took a short rest. Maybe it was
Oh,
just
sorry, I
me
thought you said
and
long rest. Yeah, you took a short rest.
Short rest, not a long rest.
No long
right?
rests.
Okay.
So you take 3 acid damage from that rest. Is there anything else that you would like to do there?
Can I just do like a general investigation check to see if we're missing anything?
You certainly can make an investigation check for that. Yes, go ahead.
I just want to know, like, yeah, is this like? Doesn't even matter. It's a 7.
If there is something missing, you can't put the lines together on it.
Yeah, I was just more like observing, like, what is the puzzle? Is this just a golem we're supposed to fight? Like, what are we supposed to do? But don't get it.
And sometimes you just don't get it. That is just sometimes how it goes. Is that everything for you there, Rista?
That's me. That's me.
Then it moves on to Achillea.
How my last thing did not work very well. And I am now no longer right up against it. I will. Yeah, I'll hit it. Yeah, I'll go try to hit it with a guiding bolt.
Guiding bolt, always handy. Roll to hit with your guiding bolt.
No, it's not evocation, but technically it can be if you're depending on if you're looking at legacy or not.
Listen, the point of the class is evocation, but if you blow up a building and it crushes the golem, it's still
That's true. That is a 21.
It's still dead golem. 21 is definitely going to hit with a guiding bolt. Roll your damage, please, Rista.
That's
Not
gonna
Rista.
give it
Achillea.
I had-
a attack too.
I also get an extra one from Hex, I do believe, as well.
I think it deals necrotic damage from that, but you do get an
Yeah.
additional damage die. That is very true.
It is necrotic from, but it is also just additional damage.
I know my necromancy.
Oh
found my ruler.
shit! Okay,
I don't
that's gonna be 16 points of radiant damage and 2 points of necrotic damage. Did I do it right? No, I didn't do that right. 6, 12, 4 is 16, 2 is 18. I don't know how math works anymore.
I don't know
used
how
to.
to math.
So,
Fantastic.
sorry, 18 radiant and 2 necrotic.
Okay, as you launch this bolt at it, and the bolt hits, spreading light across it, and then as the light spreads out, these tendrils of necrosis start to follow up and around it.
Yeah,
the magic
and then-
around it. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. You keep going. I'm rereading part of the ability.
So it does glow, which means that the next person to attack it gets advantage on their attack roll.
Mm-hmm.
But as that bolt hits into it, the magic that's spreading through it starts to flicker, falter, and then halt completely as it falls apart into a pile of metal plates as it has been defeated.
Hell yeah. I don't even extend my wild shape to defeat it.
So you were very correct in your guess that dealing the damage that would be dealing an opposing damage type from evocation would do more damage, would cause more damage. The whole point of evocation is raw primal force, so you could just also raw primal force your way through it. But it does fall apart into these varying, shifting metal plates, which then immediately, as they hit the ground, start to climb back into place, forming an archway. And then a portal manifests in the middle of the archway.
Well, that could have gone worse. Did we bring the eggs?
About the eggs. What colors are
Great
the eggs?
question.
There is 1 egg for each metallic and chromatic dragon. So there's 10 in total.
Holy shit.
Can
I
I
guess.
So there's like 10 dogs.
like make an Arcana check to see if they're real or if they're just like decorative?
You certainly can.
Or
Make
maybe
your
that'd be
Arcana check.
I don't know.
Make your Arcana check.
Okay. That's a crit. Nope. I mean, that's a 10.
Bad crit?
Yeah, that's a critical fail. I mean, it's a 10, but it's also a 1. So
Oh, could I help Constantine?
You can give the help action. Yeah, I'll allow it.
thank you.
Just like share some info on
Okay,
dragons.
that's a 24.
On a 24, you and Rista both move over, and you kind of, looking at the eggs and such. And it's not until with your studies of draconic stuff, which you rolled on earlier on, metallic dragon eggs are said that if you tap on their on the scales hard enough, you can create almost like a musical note, how it resonates through the shell, and as you tap it, it just sounds hollow. And you tap it a little bit harder, and it just sounds like if you had like a wall that was like plasterboard and you tapped it, and then you tap it a little bit harder and your finger actually goes through it, as they're just paper mache.
Oh,
You've got to be kidding me.
They're just decorative.
I mean, it was still kind of you to protect them. I think that was still the right move.
I manifested a completely unique magic I've never wielded in my life to protect paper mache.
But
This
you
is
still
fine.
did it.
Sometimes I've read that the journey is more important than the destination.
It's
Same.
about the
That being said, I
principle.
think the grades is more important, and we did well, so, that's all that matters.
Randon's going to lean over, put his arm around Constantine and go, yes, and also to remember that the real treasure is the friends we made along the way.
Exactly.
I just hold up my burnt hands.
Speaking of, I think our 45 minutes is almost up, which means I can't deal with Eldwin without yelling at him. Shall we?
But see, you actually took away the timing clause of it because you said that you would behave as long as you had to get the grade. We haven't left here yet, so you have to be nice as long as there
We
is
just
someone
gotta
from
walk-
this party.
we just gotta walk through the portal.
Well, let's hurry up and get out of here.
I don't know. I might want to look around for a little while. And due to your binding contractual word that you gave to someone who is equal part fiend and fae, you have to be nice as long as we have not received our grade. And I might want to be really careful and look around here to make sure I get every part of this.
Elfwin goes through the portal.
He's gone. I'm good.
I'm gonna follow Eldwin. My hands are hurting. I'm done.
Valiant effort, Randuin. Let's get out of here.
Randon's just going to smile at you, Akil, and go, oh, he doesn't know. But that's going to come back to bite him in the arse.
Oh, absolutely.
Achillia, do you go through? Because Randon's making his way through now.
Yeah, I'll go through.
Constantine, are you sticking around or are you going through?
Can I look inside the egg, the paper mache egg, and just see if there's anything inside?
Yes, you certainly can.
An
There's
A
nothing
plus.
there. It's empty.
I was
There's
just checking. Let's just check.
There's just a little golden sticker of a big gold dragon doing this.
I was literally just thinking like there's just one little like gold star sticker at the bottom.
Oh, that's adorable. I'm gonna walk out.
You walk out,
I
you
love
step
that.
through, and you wind up back in the classroom where Cor Stradza is sitting, just staring at the portal and going, well done. Quite a brutish method of forcing your way through, but still, well done.
Don't know what is brutish about transmutating spell types, but I'll take it.
think that was
It's like Achilles said. There was ways to do that without magic. We chose to use magic all the way through.
This is an evocation class. What was the right way to do it? Was it not magic?
I don't know.
I'm specifically directing that towards the professor.
The professor is going to say, there are situations where you will not be able to use magic. However, the knowledge of how magic works will still benefit you.
So what was the right answer?
To use your eyes. The scales gave you enough of a delay over the tiled floor that you could have made it past all of them without relying on magic. In the second room, you started with the right idea, taking the scales with you, but you just didn't quite see the gaps in those murals. Placing the scales in the correct places within those murals would have given you a natural source to utilize. I will say you are the first group that was able to discover the fact that thunder was a missing damage representative when it came to battling the golem. And you made a valiant effort in trying to figure out which damage types oppose other damage types, but in the end it was brute force that came through, which is still very on par for evocation, which is why I say you did well. Take the compliment, Master Constantine. Not everything is about perfection.
I'll nod slowly. Would it be alright if I run by the damage types and their alternatives for the future?
Of course.
Alright.
He will then go through the possibilities that could have came from it. So as you know, when it was fueled by fire, ice worked. Okay? Cooled it down. Thunder could have also been used. Thunder is essentially just sonic waves. You blow hard enough on a fire, what happens? Goes out. Also a thunderclap in the center of the thunderclap creates a small vacuum for a small amount of time. Fire goes out in a vacuum. Ice. Lightning very, very obviously works. One of the ones that did not get attempted on it, but it was voiced, is acid. Acid does not freeze. Very difficult to naturally freeze natural occurring acids. From lightning, both of those were voiced. You could have used poison, you could have also used acid. For poison, fire or ice could have worked. Fire burns it away, ice freezes the particles to the point where they fall to the ground, no longer being close enough that they could be respiratory or no longer being to a point where they could be corrosive enough to affect the skin. Thunder. Thunder, despite how it can work against ice, could also be opposed by ice. Large enough constructs can be put in the way of sonic structures sonic waves that the waves dissipate upon reverberation. So, ice could have worked there, but also because of how the thunder would have manifested within this creature, rattling about the plates, another one that could have worked in here with the thunder would have been acid. Erode the plates, the sound can't bounce off them as smooth, it becomes jagged, it becomes dissonant. And then last and most certainly not least, we have acid. Fire burns it, not fire, sorry. That's not correct at all. Most acids fall into the lower rank of the pH scales, between 1 and 7. That tends to be where liquids become quite conductive. Lightning can dance through acid, can take away the acidic properties.
So acid is the lightning?
Acid can be taken out by lightning. where is the other one for that? Sorry, give me a moment. I need to go back to the actual puzzle here to make sure I'm getting these right. Ah, yes. The acid only has one.
Okay.
Acid only has one dissipate.
I'll just kind of write down what the professor says and then kind of nod and take a step back.
Okay.
Professor.
Yes.
Are there no thunder dragons? Thunder is a force of evocation, and yet it's not represented by dragonkin.
He will smile at this, wag his finger a little bit and be like, that is very cleverly noticed. Dragons are as much a part of the elemental forces as elemental forces are a part of draconic kind. But they're not always equal. Thunder is simply something that dragons have never been able to manifest, or has never manifested in a dragon that we have discovered. If they are there, we have never seen them.
That's strange. Are dragons directly connected to the elemental planes, or do they exist somewhat separately?
The elemental planes and draconic kind are separated. They do not work because of their natures being born of a same origin. They are coincidental. The elemental planes of fire, earth, air, and water. They do have a certain prolification towards evocation damage types, but not always. Earth does not represent itself in any of the elemental damage types within evocation. To a certain extent, you could say air does with lightning and thunder, and you could say that water does with the cold bite of ice, but it's not always one for one.
If I may have one more question.
Yes.
I've heard stories before of... dragons that are neither chromatic, metallic, or gem. They exist more in the outer planes.
There are
representing things like
cosmic dragons that do exist. They don't tend to bother themselves with the petty squabbles of us terrestrial draconics. There's also dragons which exist outside of space entirely, purely manifesting within a construct of time. But this is not a draconic studies class. This is an evocation and elemental magics class.
Fair point.
You all did well. Again, it's about the teamwork, which, despite the petty squabbles...
What are you talking about?
Patty, never.
Always.
Either way, you did well. You are excused if you wish to be. If you wish to stay here and see which of your classmates return in a damaged state, you may also do this. And he leaves it to you whether you guys want to leave or if you want to stay here.
How much time is left of the class? Like, how much free time are we getting here?
Not long, 15 minutes.
What classes do we have today?
What other classes do you have today? Let's see.
Let me see if I have them in my notes.
Yeah, I'm really trying to remember because I
I thought
know.
there was one more, right?
This has been a long day.
Yeah, there's one more. Yeah, it's like been almost a 3-month day. Uh,
Sounds about right, honestly.
It's actually just been like probably been longer than that.
Oh, I don't have the page there. The page will be in my stack of.
I woke up covered in blood.
Last.
I was over on the bench.
Do we have signs and sigils today?
I found my pile of random notes and I'll be able to confirm it for you. Just give me a moment. Pile of random notations. Da, 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 da. Signs and sigils. You were correct, Gina. Well done. Yes, signs and sigils.
Thank you, note taker.
What is this?
Looks like a paper.
You have so many. You have so many notes.
ADHD, frantic note taking. If I can't find the note for that particular campaign, I'm just like, random notepad! This is for the forming, but I don't know what it is for. I'll just leave it there. Okay. So yes, you do have signs and sigils as your afternoon class. You have about 15 minutes till the technical end of this class, then another 15 minutes between classes. So you got about half an hour until then.
Eldwin will leave then.
Eldwin is leaving.
He's gonna make his way to go see Professor Zestella.
Okay. Okay, cool. You're going to see Professor Zestella. Fantastic. What about the rest of you?
Constantine will stay. He'll unintrusively just sit off to the side and just pay attention to what the professor says to the other groups and take notes on any other information that was gathered or like any other questions people have. Just kind of listen to the answers of those.
Okay, fantastic. Achillia?
Kelia will also stick around, but more so just to kind of gauge who's doing well and who isn't.
Achillia's like, haha, I want to know who sucks.
More
and,
ways than one.
Rista, what about you?
I would like to go up to the professor and with my hands behind my back, even though he definitely knows I got hurt, I'm gonna go up to him and say, Professor, I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. I'm sure you already know my name, but I'm Rista, and evocation is very important to me and my family, and I wanted to say that I am excited to learn from you and take your class.
I am thrilled to have such a excited student. Would you like me to heal your hands for you?
I would. I hold up my hands.
He takes out a vial from his pocket, uncorks it, and pours over this water. It has a slightly numbing effect, but you watch as the burns, the blisters and such, the blisters pop, and then the skin just kind of like sloughs off to reveal just new pinkish, or I guess for yourself it would be more of like a kind of very faint lilac underneath. He will say it'll heal the damage, so it'll heal the 3 damage that was done by the acid, and he will say it will be quite tender. It is new skin, but within the next hour it should be absolutely fine. No worries, take your time. No, can't hear you.
Oh. He's dead, but I'm gonna back up the Wonder Affliction.
No, they died! They're dead. Dead.
Game over, man. It's game over.
R.I.P. Rista.
Man, she was lovely though. Like, just a great person. Great fun.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, hi.
No.
Mm-mm.
Double check your mic is using this mic on Zoom. Still can't hear you. And this is how Rista becomes proficient in sign language.
What about now?
Yeah, we can hear you!
Oh, hey!
My microphone has been acting really weird all night with Zoom. Sorry about that.
Absolutely fine,
You're
don't worry
good.
about it.
I just had to unplug it. So, what did you say?
So, he just basically informs you, you know, the skin on you, the palms of your hands will be quite sensitive. It's removed the kind of skin that was damaged and left it just, you know, clean, fresh, new skin. But within an hour, everything should return to normal.
Okay. Okay, I say thank you, Professor. If you don't mind, I would like to excuse myself.
By all means, you are free to do so.
And Rista is gonna. We have some time between classes. She's
Got
gonna
about
go
half
to
an
the
hour.
library. Oh, we have an hour.
Half an hour.
Rista is gonna head to the library to see if she can get a copy of a combat spell because she's done with this. She's 110% done.
I've had it with these motherfucking
I
snakes on
haven't.
this motherfucking plane.
I'm done with this freaking school.
So you're going to try and find some damaging, like fighting magic.
I know what spell I'm already looking for, but if you want to move on to...
What spell are you looking for?
I'm looking for Witch Bolt.
So, yeah, you very
What's
easy to
up?
find.
What's up?
Wish Bolt's a bad spell.
Is it?
Kinda.
How is that
I
a
mean,
bad spell? You hit
Depends
somebody
on
with
how
it
much
and
you're
all-
concentrating on, really.
Exactly. Well, because that's the thing. People usually use Witch Bolt as a one-time casting of this 1d12. They have to choose to use their action every single turn after that to keep doing the same thing, even if it doesn't
I don't have
work.
anything else, though. What would you
but
recommend?
it breaks concentration too. If you're trying to concentrate on another spell and just need to dole out some damage, I don't
Magic Missile's a really good solid
Magic Missile?
burning
Magic
hand
Missile.
with a
It
good-
literally it cannot miss. You've seen Eldwin and Constantine do it plenty.
It's
it-
boring, but it works.
Is it only 1d4?
It's 1d4 3 times. 1d4 plus 1 3 times.
And you can also distribute them to multiple targets as well, which can be handy.
Burning Hands is a fantastic AoE.
So you're currently in the point of where you can know first level spells, right?
Yeah, I'm looking for a first level spell.
Okay. Let's have a look at first level damage and spells. Boom, let's do this.
I'm looking at them. There's also Thunder Wave, but I would rather something...
Ice Knife is
Instead of
also
an area of
decent
effect.
as an AoE.
Ice Knife is pretty good.
Thunder Wave?
Hold on a minute.
Thunderwave is decent.
Thunderwave is actually Thunderwave is great.
So
What,
You
did
I-
you-
can-
what was the one you just said before?
Oh, Ice Knife.
Ice
So,
Knife.
as
That is
wizards,
good for me.
I think we can exchange spells. Brand, am I right on that? Or
Yeah, wizards can copy spells from another
So,
wizard spell book. It
you
does
know-
still cost the gold and transfusion time, but
fair.
Yeah, but if it's Ice Knife, that's Conjuration, and that costs half for me. Which would be
So
nice.
you could do Ice Knife, and then I can always teach you Magic Missile, and you can teach me Ice Knife as well. So if you want
That
to
would
go for like diversity, which always a good thing.
Yeah.
You're a wizard, aren't you, Rista?
Yeah.
Is it an evocation damage spell you're looking at, or are you just looking to do a damage spell?
Ranged damage. Ice Knife doesn't sound all that bad.
Ice Knife is a pretty good one. I'm going to be honest with that one. Ice Knife's a pretty good one.
Because doesn't it do individual damage and AoE damage?
Yeah, so
Yes.
it deals the individual damage first and then explodes to do a 10-foot area of effect. Or 5 foot?
5 feet. Within
5
5 feet.
foot.
5 feet, yeah.
Yeah, so 5 foot area effect.
I don't know if that'll be good for us because we're constantly fighting in teams.
That's
Oh, Chaos Bolt.
Chaos. Oh, Chaos
What is
Bolt.
that?
It's perfect. It literally
It's a sorcerer spell. It's a sorcerer spell.
Ah.
Yeah, I don't see it on here.
I gotta take that. That's so good.
I have
Chromatic-
Chromatic Orb.
Chromatic Orb.
Chromatic
Chromatic
Orb is
Orb.
good too. Yeah, Chromatic Orb.
Chromatic
It lets you
Orb
choose
is
damage types, which
No,
is
it's a random
Oh, and
roll.
that's a healthy amount of damage. I like that.
Oh, it is a random? Okay.
No, you hurl a sphere of energy at a creature you see within range. You can choose the damage type and then make a ranged
Oh.
attack with the creature.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, right. I thought
Random.
it was a random damage type.
Chaos Bolt is random. You can choose for Chromatic Orb. Chaos Bolt's random.
Alrighty. You've also got Frost Fingers. Is that wizard? Frost Fingers is a wizard
Yes.
spell. You have got. Let's see.
That's a cone spell. That's interesting.
Ice Knife. What's that? Is it? No, it's not. Never mind. I was about to say my favorite spell ever, but no, you can't
Ice
get
Knife?
it. No, inflict wounds.
Ah.
Magic Missile. Can you get this? You can get Ray of Sickness.
Not my vibe.
Let's see what else. Is there anything
I
else?
don't
We're
mind
getting down to
Chromatic Orb.
Thunder Wave. You get Thunder Wave there. Yep, you can take Thunder Wave. Witch
see, this
Bolt
is
is
my-
there. Chromatic Orb
This is my
is
fear.
there.
I'm worried about area of effect spells because, like I said, we're constantly working in teams in like close proximity.
I mean, it's a
Friendly, it's only
small
been a day,
area
but,
of
like-
effect. I feel like it'd be relatively. I mean, it's a pretty small area of effect, and most of us have ranged attacks anyway, except for maybe Dia.
Dia's a
Yeah.
bard. Dia has ranged attacks. Dia also has a sword.
Yeah, whatever makes you happy and feels right, lore wise.
Yeah.
So have you settled on a spell?
Chromatic Orb or Ice Knife? What are we thinking?
I do Chromatic Orb.
I think Chromatic Orb over that because I can also prepare Ice Knife pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And also, I can choose the damage type,
Which
is
especially
pretty on par
after
with what we
today's
just learned.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like really
It-
taking the lesson and digesting
It feels thematically
Yeah.
appropriate.
Go wizard.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the
Okay.
library and see if I can find a copy of Chromatic Orb.
I'm sorry for dissing your witch bolt.
Yep,
No,
there is-
honestly-
so
Honestly, fine, because I was just like scrolling through the list and I was like, that sounds good. I don't usually play wizards.
So, you go to the library. You're going to find this book. That's absolutely fine. I'm just double checking. We did start a little bit late, so I need to remember to take that into consideration with the time we've got. So we've got half an hour left. Okay, that's fine. Cool. So we've got you doing that. We've got Eldwin, who's off to go and find Professor Estella. Then we've got Achillea and we've got Constantine, who have said that they're sticking in clash just now, waiting for the rest of the people come through to see who failed and who didn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Constantine and Achillea, the next group you're going to see come through, consists of. Let's go and wheel our NPCs and see who gets stuck in the next one coming through.
I want to know how Felicity did. Oh, I wish I
We
stuck
have-
her in.
We have Ambrosia, Ilarin, Malekith, Felicity, and Sarah. Okay. So, 5 teams, in order to randomly generate how well they did, I'm going to take 5d20, and I'm going to roll them, and that'll be their percentage out of 100. Not off to a cracking start. So that is 17, 24, plus 9 makes 33. 33 and 14 is a total of 47. So they did not do all that well. They come out and like Ilarin has like a big burn on the side of his head. Malekith is like shivering with like frost clinging to his horns. Ambrosia's dress has been singed up on one side of it and like acid has eroded it away. Felicity is like coughing and spluttering as green veins are all over her face. And then just for the fucking shits and giggles of it, as Sarah comes out, her already manic appearance is further accentuated by this twitch that she now seems to have, as if she's taken a high intensity electric shock. Immediately the professor goes into pointing out what they all did wrong. Basically just being about how in a state of panic they all just basically tried to force their way out of things, and it did not work out for them. Constantine, Achillea, give me an insight check.
We're gonna try to run across the tiles.
Do you know what? Let's see actually, right, so that one, and can I grab another d20 just for the sake of, do you know what, I'll use this one and this can represent. Oh no, actually no, I don't want to use that one because that's... I'll use this one.
Like how they did in each challenge.
I'm going to see if anybody was stupid enough to try and run across the tiles.
I feel like Cedric would.
It's a nat 1 on the pink die. The pink die is Ambrosia. Ambrosia tried to sprint across and it did not work out well. So insight checks, Achillea and Constantine.
Me too.
Okay, on a 10, you're not going to get anything on that, Constantine, as you're listening too intently to the teacher pointing out what they did wrong. Achillea on a 22, Malekith is taking this very hard. He is like... you can tell he's very visibly upset when he is told that, you know, what he did wrong, and he immediately excuses himself leaving the class. Everybody else kind of treats it like, yeah, okay, we could have done better, but hey, we're still alive, right? So it's not a total flop.
I'll go follow Malekith.
So you're going to go follow Malekith.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Constantine, anything for you at all after seeing these classmates come through, hearing what they did wrong?
Nope, he's just taking it in.
Okay, so that's what you're just going to continue doing until the next class.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go Eldwin, then I'll go Rista, and then I'll end on you, Achillea, okay? So Eldwin.
Yeah.
Did I just hear somebody shout, hey, asshole? That's cool. As soon as I go, hey, Eldon, somebody goes, hey, asshole. That's fucking great. Eldon, you want to go see Professor Zestella.
Yes.
Okay. As you're approaching the greenhouse and making like ready to go inside to go downstairs, you can, as you're approaching it, you can see like a group of third-year students being let out of, you know, her class. And as you make your way towards the door, she is standing there ready to close over the hatch when she sees you and it's like, Master Eldwin, is everything okay?
Not entirely. Do you have a moment?
I do. Is this a moment that requires tea as a social construct, or is this simply a talking matter? There are other teachers who are better suited to being guidance, if that is what you wish.
If I wanted guidance, I wouldn't have come to you. I came to you because I want solutions. We can skip formalities.
Come in. She
I'll
takes you
roll.
into.
Find
She
out.
takes you into her class, and she just, as soon as you're inside, she looks at you and goes, "Which solution do you require?"
Wolfsbane.
I had a feeling that you might be approaching for something of this kind.
Professor Campbell wants me to try to make peace with it, master it. I don't care. I want it to stop. I don't expect you to make this for me. I understand it's highly advanced and difficult. I just ask that you help me do this, if it's even possible.
It is better to find common ground than it is to completely separate. But I will not tell you what to do or what not to do. It is a difficult path if you wish to try and separate this other part of you from yourself, but not impossible. Wolfsbane is certainly one thing you can try. A Wolfsbane potion will allow you to at least retain control.
Better
But
than
if-
nothing.
But if completely curing, if that is how you wish to see it, is what you are looking for, there are paths you can take, which I can inform you of, but it would be definitely within my purview as your teacher, your professor, to tell you that people have died in this pursuit.
My bite wasn't one. It wasn't from any rogue werewolf. It was a pack leader. This can't be cured without something divine or a wish. That's what my studies with the Order of the Axe and Flame taught me.
If you were to follow the examples of several very nice people who like to follow the laws of nature and stick to what is moral within its bounty, then yes, you are correct. But there are certain darker arts that could allow you a cure. Not without their own sacrifices, of course. But if you were willing to step into the realms of darker magics, magics born of the blood.
Let's start with Wolfsbane.
Very well. She will bring you Wolfsbane. She will also bring you two other ingredients. One being very, very common. She tells you how you can identify it. It's foxglove. And the other one she brings you is... It's uncommon, but it's not horrifically hard to find. Just might take a little bit of looking. It's a type of fungus called inky cap. She will tell you that if you take both of these, as well as Wolfsbane, which you can gain access to with a professor's instruction, or go in deep into the forest and try and find your own, but you run also kind of risks with that. All of these distilled together can create a potion which will give you control when you change.
What's the frequency of the dosage? Is it something that I need to take regularly to keep in my system, or is it something I need to drink before the full moon?
The morning of a full moon.
Great. Well, that was last night, so I have time to get this right.
She
Thank
will
you.
say to you. She will say to you, if it ever becomes an issue, you can come to her and she can make it for you. And as she does that, she's going to kind of toy with a wooden ring on her right hand, and just with a kind of like vague, like a kind of momentary pause, she will say that she's used to making this potion.
Your partner?
I am betrothed to someone who suffers, or as they see it, is gifted with a similar element. And
Not werewolves, then?
he was bitten by a ursine lycanthrope.
I see.
The research that I conducted allowed me to help him, and the help that I was able to give him, he was able to pass on to you.
I'm grateful. I pride myself on being someone who can do things by myself, but if I'm struggling with this, I will return.
Spoken almost like someone who is part pack animal. Perhaps the beginning of a possible acceptance. Or perhaps not. Anything you require, I will... Sorry, what were you going to say there, Eldwin?
Is it true that when you're bitten by the path leader, Alpha, I suppose, you slowly begin to adopt their traits, their tendencies, alignment? Am I going to start being twisted towards evil?
No. That's not true. That is something that people who have been bitten like to use as an excuse, a crutch, to explain their behaviours. The best way for you to be able to accept what accidents may occur because of your affliction is to accept that you will not always be in control. I have watched my husband tear apart homes. I've watched him kill animals that he has raised from young in his affliction, and how he survives it is to accept that it's not him. It's another part of him that sometimes takes control. And that as much as he must live in a tenuous symbiotic relationship with it, it does not mean that he must bear the responsibility for its crimes. Nor do you.
When I wake up in the morning and my clothes are shreds, my room in tatters, and my hair matted with blood, it's hard to tell myself that.
Yes, it is. It's hard to do a lot of things. But still you get up, do you not?
I do.
You carry on the conversations with your fellow students. You carry on with the tempestuous jibing with Master Constantine. You carry on as you often do. Yes?
Yes.
So then it is not too hard. It is simply hard.
Yes. Thank you. I have signs and sigils to get to. I appreciate you.
Then I won't keep you any longer.
Eldwin will give a slight bow, excuse himself, and make to leave.
With that, we jump to Rista. Rista, in the library, you are looking at books. You are able to find a book for, I believe you've chosen Chaos? Chromatic Orb? Chromatic Orb. You're able to find a scroll which will teach you how to be able to cast it very easily. You've just got to transcribe it, put it into your wizard tome.
Yeah, it says that it takes 2 hours to copy per level, and it's first level.
It's the first level, so it's 2 hours.
Can I get started on it in this hour period that we have?
Yeah, you certainly can.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Okay.
chill in the library and do that.
So as you get started on that, oh sorry, I plugged my phone into charge and apparently that made my computer go boop boop. You start to mark it in. Nothing else that you're doing on that, just copying in Chromatic Orb.
Yeah. I mean, if I see anyone in the library that I know, but other than that.
Give me a. What's your passive perception?
11.
11. I'm going to say with an 11, you're probably going to be. That's probably going to be all your focus taken up, marking this in, making sure you get the sigils and such correct.
Okay.
With something higher, I'd maybe say, peripheral vision and such, but with an 11, I'd probably say that's going to be more closely devoted to, getting everything penned in properly. Making sure everything's fine. Okay, but you are able to, after you've finished this, you'll be able to add Chromatic Orb to your spell list. Okie dokie. We go to Achillea. Achillea, you're able to find Malekith. As you follow him, he makes his way down into the grounds and makes his way towards makes his way out towards like the training grounds where there's targets and stuff set up for people doing combat magic. And he just starts throwing out blasts and blasts and blasts. It's mostly firebolts that he's throwing. He's just angry, just throwing firebolts at these targets, setting them on fire and stuff. And there's no outward expression of anger. He's just forming it in his hand and throwing it with obvious anger, and keeps repeating it over and over again.
You okay?
Gets last one hits there, and he's.
I swear to God.
I know very much good at failing. I do not take kindly to it. I am not good at it.
Well, you came out alive, so that does mean you didn't get an F, which is failing.
Maybe I am alive, but I'm only alive because there are people in there who are better at doing what I needed to be done than me.
Where did she go? She's here. Oh, she's here.
We were just guessing at so much shit, man. It's the first day of class. You gotta take a moment. Everyone's gonna be in different places.
Before I came here, I was top of my class. I was the best. Best of the best. Suddenly I arrive here, and there are multiple people outperforming me. They are moving ahead at levels that I'm not able to match, and I'm starting to wonder if my invitation to come here was incorrect.
All of that in only 2 days. You got the invitation to be here. That means you are capable and you are meant to be here. Maybe it might be more helpful to look at the academic side of things than just the practical application side of things. I don't know. I was so confused the entire time. If I didn't have Constantine or Eldwin with me, I would have definitely failed that. This is not my forte. Everyone has strengths. And everyone has weaknesses.
When your weaknesses are what everybody else that around you is good at, it becomes a little bit more glaring, a little bit harder to put aside.
You want to spar?
No.
Okay.
And as he says that, he kind of puts hand up and says, I apologize for being rude, but I feel like I am in too much of an emotional disruptive state that if I spar with anyone, I could potentially harm them. And that is not something I want to do.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
But I do thank you.
Yeah, I gotta...
Thank you very much for your care and for your attention.
Of course, we gotta stick together.
Is there...
We're stronger.
Go ahead, sorry, I keep doing that when you get that moment of silence.
We're
keep doing the same thing.
Same wavelength with everything, and it's so funny. I was gonna say we're stronger in covens. Or I guess you all would call them groups or teams. But we're stronger in covens. You just gotta find yours.
I will take that into consideration. Perhaps I do have to take myself away from the school learnings and look more into the social aspects. Maybe if I attempt at making friends, I will be...
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course. I mean, you know where I live anyway, so if you need anything.
I will be sure to ask.
Also, I'm sorry for following you as an animal into the woods the other night.
I didn't know that you did.
You didn't hear that I did.
If there's ever another time where I'm taking a stroll in the woods and you decide you would wish to follow, you do not have to do so as an animal.
Oh, it's just fun. They
Consider
can't
it
see me in
done.
the hallway.
I think I'm going to go and try and lie down for a little moment.
Okay, sounds good. I'll have some tea going tonight if you need any.
I may very well take you up on that.
Awesome.
And he will nod, straighten up his glasses, and he'll make his way back into the school.
I'll wait a little bit so it's not like I'm following him again.
Is there anything else for you at all, Achillia?
Nope.
So then on that, we will end our session today in preparation for our next class, which will be Signs and Sigils. Whoa! We're gonna do some literacy. Thank you very much for all my players. It's been so good to see you all again, and you all handled the puzzles here incredibly well. Very well done. Thank you to my amazing audience for coming to see us all. And yeah, it was a very, very good session today. If you enjoyed what you saw here today, please do go and check out all of our social medias. We've got everything. We are not using our Twitter right now because Twitter is a garbage place for garbage human beings. It's just that. But if you do go to our TikTok at World Tree Quest, we do have a link tree. If you click on that link tree, there's a bunch of stuff there you can click on that will take you to places where we exist. I'm trying to get better at Blue Sky, which is our kind of main place right now. So if you go check out our Blue Sky, you'll be able to find all of our up-to-date information there. On top of which, I do things at Son of Asgard on TikTok, but I'm not really doing things right now. Next week, it would be we will not be here next week because I'm at PAX U. So our next session, I believe, would be the 15th. Is everybody okay for the 15th?
15th of December, absolutely. Is that going to be our last session of the year?
That will, because Yule this year begins on the 21st. So the 21st will be the last session for World Tree Quests, which will be the Dragon Age campaign. We will end we'll end on that.
I hate to do this. I'm not going to be available on the 15th.
No!
If the rest of you guys are, feel free to play.
Okay, absolutely fantastic.
Love
As
to hear
you've
from
given
Dia.
permission,
From
as long
Yeah.
as we have at least
If it's
4
just
people.
down one, yeah.
If it's just
Yeah.
down one, we'll continue. If not, so it'll be it'll be a TBD for the 15th. But that is
Are
when
we
we would
looking-
next be looking at playing.
Are we looking at coming back January 5th or January 12th?
It'll be January 12th. We always give a week into the new year
Perfect.
before we start back up. So first sessions back in January will be starting January 6th.
Awesome.
So yeah, that would be that. But yeah, thanks for coming to see us, guys. That's different from me, so I'm going to allow my players to plug themselves now. Charlie, anything you'd like to plug at all?
I believe we are going to be all. Wait, Pax, you're not doing anything this weekend, right?
No, next Tides of Chaos session would be the 13th.
13th. Yeah. So, Tides of Chaos, I play Silas, this crazy druid. I say crazy. I'll run with that. Dan here plays Leonid, a incredible bard who just made a deal to become angelic bard. He's kind of a what are they called? Seraphim? Yeah.
Seraphims,
He's-
yeah.
Yeah, we got to get him like a harp. He has a mandolin, but he has to have like a harp. And we're gonna try to take on Vlaakith, the Lich Queen. So it's crazy stuff. We do have to kind of find her first, but I'm sure that'll take no time. Other than that, yeah, you can catch us here to see how all of this goes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Charlie. Moving on to yourself, Ren. Anything you'd like to plug at all?
You know, if you want some really cool art in time for the holidays, go on over to my Ko-Fi. I have 25% off of commissions with the code HOLIDAYS. That's all I've got going on. Other than that, I'm just finishing out grad school and, the semester, so I'm dying.
Heard that. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ren. What about yourself, Dan? Anything for you?
Nope, Charlie pretty much covered it. Tides of Chaos, fighting a Lich Queen. Hopefully that goes decently on the 13th.
We have no spell slots left, basically, just so you know.
It's certainly going to be a challenge. We'll see how it goes. And last and most certainly not least, Gina, anything for you at all?
No, you can continue to find me on this campaign and on my TikTok, Gina Donio. I don't really post there anymore, but yeah, keep coming back. Keep coming back to World Tree Quests.
There you go. Can't really say it better myself. That's it from my players. That's it from me. So that's it from us. Thanks for coming to see us today, folks. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. And with me today, we have had Charlie 1 at 2.0. We've had Changeling Rogue. We have had Just Dan. And we've had Gina Donahue. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night. Stay safe. Don't fuck around with acid. It's not nice. Don't touch things that are covered in acid either.
Hey!
You get some bad burns. Also,
Hey.
don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night. It's just a fact. You'll burn your hands if you touch acid. It's just a fact.